some audio problems, so if we have, and if this is the first you are hearing, welcome along to Didsbury. It's James Emerson, the scorer. I'm watching an intriguing opening stanza in the league season as champions Didsbury, hosting last year's runners-up Sale, who have put Didsbury in to bat and are on top at the moment as Richard Daniel gets away with a single. It's behind point, takes Didsbury to 30. In the 12th over, they've lost a wicket. You might just have seen it if you were watching Jamie Collins LBW in the previous over to Sam Baker. Andrew Mashett has been doing the bulk of the scoring, 23 of 34, a 6 and 2 fours in that 23. He's facing the Sale skipper Ian Habishan. He's just about to complete his 6th over, only conceded 12 runs. Very tidily indeed, and Sale, having opted to field first, only pleased to keep the runs down in this opening spell. Let's watch this last ball. Oh, Mashett has flicked that, and he's just, well, it's hard to say he was dropped at backward square leg. Theo Rodbeck is there, and he dived to his right, got a hand to it, and I think it was a case really of more stopping a 4 than calling that a drop catch. I think at a much higher level of cricket, maybe semi-professional, professional, you'd call that a drop chance. I should have got it on the full, clipped it away, but diving to his right at backward square leg, got a hand to it and stopped the boundary really, I think. Need to reproach himself for that. So 12 overs gone, 31 for 1 Didsbury. Mashett, he's been in a bit of discomfort. You might have seen he just, well, let one go outside the off stump through to the keeper, but immediately tore his left glove off. Seemed to be in quite some discomfort. Flexing his hand. He seems all right now. Didsbury will certainly be hoping he's okay. And, terrific form in the T20s that we've played. This first league match of the season. It's equally important that he gets some runs. He steered that nicely there through that gap, and I think that's going to run away for 4. Yeah, it's got a nice amount on that. 4 runs for Andrew Mashett to his 3rd boundary. Nicely guided through the gap you can see on your screen there between the slip and gully. Didsbury to 35, 4-1. They'll be very keen to bat their 45 overs. It's 45 over innings at this level of cricket. 11th Sunday Premier Division. And a good standard of cricket on display generally, very watchable, competitive. So these two teams were the top 2 last year. Didsbury winning out in the end after a tightly fought season. Didsbury just got a good run of form going towards the end, and that enabled them to hold off the challenges of Sale and Romilly, who faded a little, but Sale went right to the end, and it did come down to the last match. But as Mashett steers that one again down there through the gap, he's going to get a couple. I think he just more poked at that, and that is Callum Ross running around to prevent any more than 2. Callum Ross is at deep backward point. He's right on the boundary, and we've got a sweeper on the boundary as well at the more conventional cover position right on the boundary, and then you can't, just out of your shot I think, but a very short mid-off. That's Jonathan Davison, and then a man behind him, as this time in Habishan has gone wide, and much wider. He's almost hit a 3rd slip there. I think he's got wise to Andrew Mashett finding that gap, and was in the right position there to stop any runs on that occasion. So last ball of the 13th over. Half an appeal there, but nothing from the bowler or keeper. You can see a good opening partnership there for Didsbury. 28. They put on a steady opening stand. Jamie Collins falling LBW. So good tight start. So Ian Habisham's going to bowl his 7th over. None for 13 so far, so a good economical spell from him. Daniel on strike. Oh, that's not too far short of the gully field. That's Paul Cusick in the gully there. Oh, sorry, gully backward point. Bounced in front of him. It wasn't a catch, but not. Daniel had been a little alarmed when that flew away off the bat. Nobody back at all on any boundary. I was just checking out of my little scorebox window here to see if anyone was on there fine like a third man duty, but no, that everyone's up. Sam Baker, the bowler's at square leg for the new batsman, and he's going to get 4 as a result. There's nobody back there. 2 wide, 4 runs. Daniel, pleased with that. His first boundary. Of course, is the risk of having everybody up. I'll be disappointed with that one, Ian Habisham. He's given very little to hit. So Richard Daniel made the most of that one. They're just trying to sort out this configuration now. The slips, you can't quite see them in your picture. So slip, gully and backward point. Oh, sorry, no, I'm going to call that actually slip. 2 slips, so first and sort of third slip, gully. And backward points by the umpire, some way back, stopping 1. You can just see the foot of the fielder. Very close in. That's Lionel Thompson in there at short mid off, and that's off the edge, and that's going to be 4 more. That's just evaded the dive of the slip. Yep, and as you can see, that's the result on this fast outfield. Nothing wrong with the ball. Found the edge. Just Richard Daniel not paying attention and let it cop for it as it was thrown back in. He's grinning about it, as a couple of the Sale fielders. But success of force for him. See solidly forward there. Bit of a stock and trade shot for Richard Daniel. Solid forward defensive. That's a wide delivery, but not wide enough to attract any further. Oh, having said that, umpire ummed and ahed and decided it was, in the end, too wide to be acceptable, so I'll have to have that one again. Just adjust the scoring display. 46. That's the second extra of the innings. As Daniel is going to get 4 more there, that's a better shot. Not going to be able to stop it, despite their best efforts. And yet, 4 more. Didn't even have to watch that. I just watched the batsman, watched the umpire. So a good over for Didsbury. 13 runs in total from it. By far the best of the innings for them. 3 fours for Richard Daniel and the wide. So Richard Daniel into double figures and Didsbury to 50. After 14 overs. You can see there Andrew Mashita. Good start for him and Richard Daniel away with those 3 boundaries in that over. Didsbury up to 50. they'll be delighted about that. It's a long time to bat, the 45 overs they have, and they won't be too concerned about the scoring rate until we're getting into over 30, that kind of area, assuming they can get that far. See Tom Riley warming up. You'll see him bowling, I think, today. Oh, we're going to see Sam Baker into his 8th over to Andrew Mashita. Short. Mashita unable to cash in on that. Not too many short ones from Sam Baker these days. Certainly he's a tall bowler. He tends to pitch the ball up, ask questions. He's got this 7-2 field. There's 2 on the leg side, square leg and well, almost mid-wicket really, rather than mid-on. Oh, but a no ball called there by umpire John Battersby. It's his second one, Sam Baker. So we're pleased with that. It's getting a bit warmer out there, and it's hot work bowling. Fairly economical run up though. Nice full delivery, and that's, oh gosh, well fielded. It's only going to be a single in the end. That was going straight at Jamie Coombs, who managed to parry it. It still shot out to the boundary, but was fielded by Ben Havisham down there, coming in off the sweeper boundaries. It's just a single as the result. Jamie Coombs will have been a bit alarmed initially to see that fizzing straight at him. That was a nicely timed shot. Andrew Mashita. It's on to 31. So Richard Daniel have another look at Sam Baker now. And that's a nice shot, lovely shot, clipped away, and that's beaten the fielder Theo Brodbeck. Brodbeck can't stop it, I'm afraid. And it was a nicely timed shot. Ben Havisham tried to dive down, couldn't stop it, and Theo Brodbeck, running back, could only watch it go over the boundary. So another 4 for Richard Daniel. 4 fours in 5 balls for him. As he's cut that one away, there's a run there if they want one, surely. No. Indecision by the 2 of them. And the net result is no run. Should have been 1. So, last ball of the over, the 15th, and that's that drifts harmlessly past. So 56 for 1 off 15. Let's see if we I think we're going to have a change of bowling. See the 2 tail bowlers there. So he's just enjoying our wine gum there while we get ready for a change of in the sail attack, the first one, and Tom Riley, as we thought, is going to have a bowl from that far end, the Fletcher Moss end. You might have seen earlier that pulled up a diving stop at mid-on, very well hit drive by Jamie Collins, and looked like he'd hurt his hand for a moment, but that seems to have worn off. Let's just look at the field here now. It's fairly widespread. You can see the Ian Havisham and it's slipped, very deep gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid wicket as Riley is in. And we've got two men back at deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket, the two boundary fielders. In fact, Ben Habishan's just being moved now, so he's almost at backward square, deep backward square leg, just behind the umpire though. And Sam Baker's come into short fine leg. Tom Riley drifts in. There's no real pace on it with Tom Riley. But it's pretty accurate and not as easy to get away as you might think. Tempting the batsman into essaying something ambitious. But, he's a tidy bowler, Tom Riley, and he gets through the overs as well, which is always good for the game. Fielding side always do themselves a favour, getting through the overs as quickly as they can. He's 45. There was a run there, but Richard Daniel refusing very loudly and early, which is fine. Good decisive calling is what we need. Theo Broadbeck was round to got off the chance of the one. And that's very full. Nicely bowled. She's waiting and waiting. Just jammed it out in the end. After 17 off the last 2 overs. So just pegging it back again. Last ball of this. Oh goodness me, that looks out, and it was, yes indeed. And Tom Riley's done it again. Last ball of the over, a wicket maiden. Trapping Andrew Mashiter in front. And he's out for 31. As Didsbury lose a second wicket, and that's a real boost for Sale. Didsbury just standing again on top. Andrew Mashiter coming off. Ruining the fact that he's missed that one. His innings is over. Good innings, but over now. So we've got Tom Bidwell coming in now. We're going to have 2 left-handers. So he'll have to wait. That was the last ball of the over, so you'll see Tom there in shot, but he's going to have to watch Sam Baker. He's going to have his 9th over. Richard Daniel. Just jam that one right down into his pad. Of course, when that happens, as I'm sure you are aware, it is an immediate and automatic dead ball, so nothing more of any consequence can happen, or should happen. Neil jams that one out. Firm hit, but smartly round. Fielder at mid-off. That was Tom Riley, who after a very successful first over, wicket maiden, doing his job for the team in the field again. Again, this little pattern just developing where Sale have had a number of very good economical overs, or good string of dot balls put together. This last ball of this 17th over. That will stop the dot balling, but Theo Brodbeck has done well to parry that again. It's going to be a couple, but would have been 4 without that excellent diving parrying stop. So it's 2 off the over, off that last ball. Didsbury be glad of that. You can see they had that excellent over with 13 off it, the Inhabitants last, but other than that it's all been pretty quiet. A few good scoring overs, but a lot of quiet ones. So the rate's 3.5 more or less. Not too bad, but Didsbury just having to start again with new batsman in, and it's Tom Bidwell, familiar figure here at Didsbury. Great to have him in the team today. He was a spectator at Chester Boughton Hall yesterday, watching his brother in the first 11 pull off an incredible win at Chester. We all enjoyed that very much. I'm still pinching myself a little bit now about that. Great afternoon for the club that was. There, Tom now out in the middle and with a job to do to face Thomas Riley, who has got, let's have a look, he's got that short fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, and a deep backward square leg, or deep square leg actually, because he's forward, isn't he, on the leg side. And he's got again 3 in the ring on the offside, backward point, cover there, just throwing the ball to mid off, and a man back on the boundary, the super boundary. Just played out carefully to the covers. So an excellent start from Tom Riley. He's right on the spot, asking questions. That wicket in the first over, good wicket for Sale. Tom Bidwell unable to get anything away just now. That's can't be very far away from the edge of the bat.
Really good, Tom.
Just finishing just over an hour's play. A good over 8 from Sale. This will be 18 overs. There's cricket as Bidwell finally gets one away, just pushes it out carefully, single. So another excellent over from Tom Riley. 2 overs, 1 made, 1 for 1. His figures, yes, as I say, just a brief stoppage for the injury Andrew Mashita incurred. So pretty much 18 overs in the first hour by the visitors here. Sale, which is an excellent effort.
Fucking Lionel, giving it large. Fuck me.
I apologise for any bad language you heard there. The miscreant, I know who it is. Just keeping our effects mic turned down while Master Bidwell is in the vicinity of the microphone. I shall have words. Don't worry, I apologise for that. Sam Baker's in again to Tom Bidwell. Sam Baker's 10th over. So the maximum allocation is 12 for a bowler on a Sunday. He may go through all 12 here, Sam, see how he's feeling, but he's doing the job for his side. Not short, but Bidwell can just defend it. Some interest there, but didn't look like too much to get excited about for me. Just passing down the leg side. That's a 6-3 field Sam Baker's bowling with. See the man coming in there. Tom Riley is at mid-off. 1 of 5 on the, sorry, 6 on the leg side. As Richard Daniel calls him through for a run, Tom Bidwell there, and there was a run there. It was straight to the fielder, Theo Broadbeck, but he was sprawling to stop the ball, and both batsmen went. He's never going to be able to stop one. He did well to stop any more than one, actually. Backward square leg. Daniel's got that way past Paul Cusick to backward point. It's going to be an easy 2 there. So welcome runs for Didsbury. 62 for 2. The score now. 1 ball left of this 19th over. Defended, so this intriguing battle continues. 62 for 2 off 19. You can see those first 2 partnerships, 28 apiece. No more than that. And Didsbury will want a bigger one than that for this 3rd wicket. So they're moving towards the halfway stage of the innings. I won't be too concerned about the run rate at this point. It's all about keeping the wickets in hand to really have a go in the last 10-15 overs. They start pushing the score along. But for now, they've got to get that far, and Tom Riley, who's been bowling very economically, just 1 run from him, and a wicket for him as well. Oh. He's wobbled another one past the edge of Tom Bidwell's bat. Like I was saying about Jamie Collins earlier and his lack of batting in this season, I'm not sure how much Tom, I think he's had a couple of innings, not any great length, and yeah, Sounders moving their field round. It's 6-3, predominantly offside. Man right back on the leg side, forward square leg boundary, so there's a huge gap there. But, Tom Riley keeping it where he needs to for this field on that off stump. 3 in close, saving 1, and 2 men back on the boundary. It's a huge gap on the leg side. A short backward square leg. Him on there. Bidwell hit that nicely. That's well fielded. That's yeah, Jonathan Davison there. Just diving down. Smart stop from him. Far away, goodness. Oh. Man's come up now from the boundary on the leg side, so he's in it forward square leg, saving one. And that's Jamie Coombs in there. Tom Riley's economy continues, just the one run from him. This will be the 18th ball he's bowled. The batsman's had to play every single one of them. Oh, and there again. Past the edge, another maiden for Tom Riley. That's 20 overs bowled. 62 for 2. So a really evenly poised match. You can see the Didsbury lineup, as we said before, that won't be the batting order. Just concentrate on the two that are in. Richard Daniell. He's got away to a reasonably fluent start. And Tom Bidwell, who's finding life altogether a bit more difficult at the moment. I think Sam Baker's going to bowl right the way through his allocation here. The sun's strongly out now. A lot of blue sky overhead at long last. And it's a lovely scene here at Didsbury as the next part of the innings goes on. We'll have drinks in 2, maybe 3 overs time. Let's see what happens while we get there. Sam Baker in to Richard Daniell. He's defending. We've got Captain Ian Havisham is in at gully. No slips, as you can see, but there's a gully point, deep backward point on the boundary, cover, extra cover and mid-off. So 6-3 field, 3 in, saving one on the leg side. Oh, that's a Richard Daniell, you can see there, that should have disappeared out of the ground, and you can see Richard Daniell throw his head back in disgust at himself, missing out there on a gift, a bit of a full toss. A bit of a gift from Sam Baker, but all Richard Daniell could do was play it back down the pitch. He's going to get that out of his head now and just concentrate. This next one's full, and driven out, but straight to cover. Looking now on my sheet here, so that's 100 dot balls we've had in the innings now. The 21st over, so we've had 120. Well, actually, we have had 2 no balls and a wide. So 128 actual balls have been bowled, and 100 of those have been dots. So Didsbury have 3 extras, the 2 no balls and the wide. So Didsbury have scored off just 25. These deliveries bowled, but they've got that one away at last. Some runs off the bat, and I think it's gone all the way for 4. It has. So great end to the over for Richard Daniell. He missed out earlier on the full toss, but clipped that nicely past the bar. It's 5 fours for him. You can see Sam Baker there, 11 overs, and that was, I think, the 4th 4 he's conceded. 39 in total off him, but a wicket. So yeah, it's a very tidy start from Sale as a bowling unit. 100 dot balls in 126 legitimate ones bowled. 2 no balls and a wide. So that's, I think they'd have taken that, having put Didsbury into bat. Pegging them back, keeping them at around about 3 and over throughout the innings. And this man is pegging it further back than that, Tom Riley. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. He caused Tom Bidwell a number of problems in the last over. He's going to resume battle with him again now. I'm just playing carefully. So we'll have a drinks break in an over or two, and they'll want to get there without any further loss. Didsbury. Lovely afternoon now. Sun's strongly out. Oh, that's off the edge and caught. Sam Baker has caught it at backward point. Just as I was saying, Didsbury would want to avoid any further loss. Tom Bidwell driving. Ball was, he felt, was there to drive, but it skewed up off the edge and caught at backward point by Sam Baker. Quite a straightforward catch, and that's a 3rd wicket. For Sale. 66 for 3. Tom Bidwell. Just 2 for him. 18 balls. And he's still not left the field yet. He's walking slowly off. As Adam Slater comes in. So we're going to have a right-hander on strike. And this is a big test for one of the Didsbury juniors. 3 of them in the side today. Sorry, correction, 4 of them in the side today. And Sale now really sensing an opportunity. 3 good wickets they've taken. 3 of Didsbury's key batsmen. Just 66 on the board. So left-hand, right-hand combination, at least for them. A right-hander for Tom Riley to bowl at. 2 for 1 for him. I seem to remember, I can't actually recall his figures when we played at Sale last year, but I seem to remember it was another very economical spell he produced then. And he's certainly been right on it today. Just 1 run conceded by him. And 2 wickets now as well, 2 good wickets. Oh, that was nearly a 3rd, I think. Groping at thin air there, Adam Slater. See the captain just checking the bails do move off, because that cannot have missed that off stump by very much. Oh, a little more confidently left, but another wicket maiden for Tom Riley. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 1 run. Quite extraordinary figures from him, and really bringing Sale back into the game. We're going to have 1 more before drinks, and Sam Baker's going to bowl his last over of the afternoon. I'd be reasonably pleased with this spell. He'd have wanted more than 1 wicket, of course, but some questions of the batsman. Can you hear the noise Sale are making? Stand by them as Baker's in for his last over, so Richard Daniel to face, the left-hander. I think we'll just want to play this as carefully as he can. He'll to take any scoring opportunities, and there are, on the face of it, a number of those. Behind square, Theo Broadbeck is right back on the deep backward square leg boundary, so anything he can turn away in that area. There's just 1 man forward of square and the mid on. But Baker doing keeping the line outside the off stump. So the leg side not in play. Well, that's high in the air. He's not got hold of that at all. Lionel Thompson is underneath it and he's caught it. And that is a real big wicket for Sale. Poor shot from Richard Daniel. Didn't get hold of the ball at all. And the fourth Didsbury wicket, and that really is problems for them now. Hey Paul, how are you? Good to see you. I thought we were going to have a drinks break, but we are going to continue on. Well, they don't have the drinks now. Hello to he's still the chairman, Paul Battersby at Sale. Good to see him. He's come down to watch his threes right on top here. In this first league match of the season in the Third 11 Premier Division. A fourth wicket for Sale. Chose to field first and they will be delighted with this. Not the best ball Sam Baker has bowled by any means, but it induced not a good shot from Richard Daniel. Straight up in the air, trying the pull. Timing awry and an easy catch for Lionel Thompson coming in. As you can see there, what I was going to describe as a bit of a cat and mouse first part of the innings has definitely swung the visitors' way. They were well on top. They've been very economical. Plenty of dot balls, as I was saying, over 100 of those already. And Ben Renison, the new batsman, two young players in now. This is a big, big test for him. Oh. And, he played very well this time last Sunday in the T20 Cup match at Stockport, but a very different proposition today. So with all due respect to Stockport, Sale a much more formidable outfit. Oh. And a bit of a swoosh there from young Ben. That's another wicket maiden. And I think now we're going to have drinks. Well, why didn't we have them when the wicket fell? Who knows? Anyway, drinks it is. 23 overs bowled, 66 for 4. Sale well on top here at Didsbury. And we'll be resuming again in a few minutes' time. So we're back as I was just sorting something out outside as we resume here at Didsbury with you're not watching an action replay, by the way, on continuous loop. Tom Riley has just landed it right on the spot and the batsmen are finding it next to impossible to do anything with it except defend it. Adam Slater, it's his 7th ball, so big test for him. As we were saying just before the drinks interval, Sale got right on top. 4 wickets in that first half of the innings, just what they wanted. That keeps a bit low, but Adams got that away nicely through the gap. And there's going to be a couple here. 2 young batsmen in, Adam Slater, Ben Renison. Oh, they're going to go for 3, and why not? Yes, they've timed that nicely. Good running from Adam. Alert to the opportunity there, took the throw on, and it's a long way down there. So he's away with an all-run 3, and that brings Ben Renison on to strike. Swooshed rather unconvincingly at the 2 balls he faced just before the drinks interval. Sam Baker's last 2. So let's say how well he bowled. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 39, Sam Baker. So he has bowled his allocation for the day, but can be pleased with his work. Full ball there, but that's one misses. So it's a very tight field. You can see the captain Ian Havisham at slip. There's a man in at gully as well at point. At short mid-off, at cover, and more orthodox mid-off as well. And a short fine leg. Everyone up, trying to put the pressure on as they should. And Ben Renison seen that on length and got that one away and finally broken the shackles Tom Riley has been putting on the batsman. Bit of a slap, but won't matter. It's an effective shot. Got 4 runs and he's away with that boundary. And Tom Riley's figures have taken a nosedive. It's now 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8, which are fantastic as they are, but feeling a lot better now. I think we've got to have a change of bowler, and I think this is Callum Ross. I'm just looking around the field with my binoculars and cannot see him anywhere else. So yes, I'm going to go for Callum Ross. Apologies, Callum, if it's not you, but I can't think who else it will be looking around the field. It's definitely him. So, looks like right arm over. Keeper's up, so I'm assuming a spin of some description. Not seen him play before. It's not that I can recall. He's got a man back on either side of the wicket, yep. He's going to Adam Slater, and that looks a very good start. That's economical action. Oh, appeal there. Not 100% convincing, but nonetheless, Adam Slater saw it, went for it. There is a man back on that leg side boundary. That's the longer of the boundary hits today, either side of the wicket. So Adam's leg side, right-hander's leg side. Oh, and that's... Goodness, not far away from a caught and bowled. A lot of encouragement here for Callum Ross. Let's turn around that man there. That's Theo Broadbeck at short fine leg. again, we're almost through another over, so it's a good effort from the Sale team getting through these overs. What I like to see. That's a quicker one, a full toss, and Adam Slater's going to make the most of that. Can't stop the single there, Tom Begg. Actually, in fact, he got it on the knee as he went down to try and stop it. So a bit of added pain for him. Single off the last ball of that over. And we have 20 overs remaining. And in fact, Tom Riley is, I think he's not any difficulty as such. It's just he just caught it on that point of the knee where even the that point on the side, just the slightest little blow can knock your legs from underneath you. Oh, anyways, you'll see him hobbling up. I'll run that. Maybe the fielder shouting at him to run it off.
On the one line.
Oh, we've got man back now on that deep mid wicket area where Ben Renison found the boundary last over, but he's coming in now. Ben Habashali been pushed right out there, but why they do that? Because he's been very economical. Tom, all right, one ball to have a go at, but I need to be pushing fielders back. I wouldn't have thought at this juncture. It's a good test for these Didsbury youngsters. It's a lot of batting to do, a lot of work to do. Get this total up. It's around the 180-200 mark, but that's a long way away at the moment. And at this scoring rate, they're going to get nowhere near it. So it'll be a good test for them to see what they can come up with. Red's just dipped below 3 now. First time in the innings. That's a quicker one and hit nicely. Adam Slater saw that nicely, waited for it, and he's found the gap through the covers there. And I think he's going to get 4 runs actually. Yes, he has. It's nicely timed. Good shot from Adam Slater and waited for it. Tom Riley just fired it through a bit quicker than he has been. And got the length wrong, and Adam Slater saw it quickly, and I was right behind the shot. Found the gap nicely between extra cover and point. And that's that fuller length, slightly slower, floatier ball again, but more effective for the bowler, but it's kept out nicely. So from Adam Slater, you can see him and Ben Renison there with a job to do. Didsbury 78 for 4. 19 overs are now remaining. And Callum Ross. On his second over, it's his first one at Ben Renison. Just having a look. So we've got deep mid wicket and a long on as well. Ben Renison will be weighing up his scoring opportunities here. Big gap on that leg side again, mid wicket in, but short fine leg, so a huge gap there. Oh, and he's gone straight down the ground, and that's a nice shot actually. He's well wide of the long off fielder. He's come round though. I think that's Jonathan Davison there was charge around, so a fairly safe shot. He's quite wide at that long on position. He's coming in now. Jonathan Davison to more orthodox mid-on. And that's short, and Adam Slater's picked on that nicely, found the gap, timed that well, not trying to hit it too hard. He's not going to get a boundary as a result, but nonetheless 2 more runs. Been hoping for more than that, but he saw the length early, dropped that one short, did Callum Ross. He couldn't fully capitalise, but the 2 runs takes him to double figures. It's way into the 80s. Still slow progress for them, but got to keep these wickets in hand. That's a nice shot from Adam Slater. That's 2 full from Callum Ross. That's lovely timing from Adam Slater. Drove it nicely, waited for the ball, and executed the shot really well. For his second boundary. This being retrieved. Tom Riley. Apologising with the throw back to the bowler there. Nicely judged by Adam Slater again. Just waiting for the ball, keeping it out. That's the over, so good over for Didsbury, 7 off it, and it's more heartening for the youngsters, but you can see the Sale bowlers have done an excellent job, and the man about to bowl, Tom Riley, leading the way with that. Jamie Collins, one of the players, just coming across to check a fact of law with me. It sounds like young Callum is landing his back foot on the return crease, which is a no ball. Jamie just checking, he wasn't sure, which is absolutely the right thing to do to check. So we'll see what happens next over. But for now, Tom Riley, as I was just saying, pick of the attack, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 12. Bowling to Ben Renison. We'll find this a very tempting proposition, Ben, an aggressive player. There's a man right back on that deep mid-wicket boundary. It's where he hit a boundary off Tom Riley previously. So we've got, a more orthodox 5-4 field. Short fine leg Sam Baker, and then 3 in front on the leg side. So 4 forming a semicircle on the offside, but still gaps between point and extra cover that Ben Renison will be eyeing up, and he's also eyeing up that big vacant area down there. I think he might. No, he's not got enough on it, but there's an easy 2. Adam Slater's a good runner, and almost going to be 2 if they both went. Ben Renison picking the right ball and finding a nice big gap in the outfield. Not trying anything too ambitious. That's good batting from the young man. Field just swats round a bit. Tom Riley clearly doesn't like conceding any runs at all, and he's chopping and changing his field now just on the result of 1 shot. He's got a man back, that's Jonathan Davison back at long on now, as well as a deep mid wicket. Sam Baker's come out a short fine leg. And he was going to try and put that into the business park, I think, Ben, but changed his mind wisely, just defended it out. Lovely afternoon now. Sun looks set to be with us for a while. It's very welcome, nice and warm as well. Let's feel that coming through a bit more. Oof. Went for the hit down the leg side, missed it. Anyway, from a Didsbury point of view, it's all good because Ben Renison survives. Osprey on to 87. You can see that run rate just flat lining really. 3 and over. It still won't be too troubled by that now. I think with the 4 down, it'll be the 35 over mark that'll be key. Callum Ross is going to have another go at Adam Slater. Man back square either side, but everybody else in. Oh, that looked... Jamie Collins, the umpire, thought about widening it. So he was just asking me about the landing of Callum's feet. I can't see from here. I'll have to look carefully at the screen you're looking at. I'm looking at the action as it's happening. See what happens anyway. He might even have mentioned it to the bowler, who can just make the adjustment. That's fair enough at this level. So Baker coming round now to deep extra cover on the boundary. Here's the man back. He was fairly square before. Adam Slater hard down the pitch, driving hard. It's going to be a single. He's not going to be able to stop that. Nicely hit, and again good clear calling and running. That was the striker's call, and Ben Renison, the non-striker, just went straight away. That's good. Good stop by Callum Ross off his own bowling. That'll have stung him a bit. It's the 1 run. Ben Renison down the ground. Oh, and it's through the hands of the fielder. Jonathan Davison is down there. He's got away with that, Ben Renison. Last over he hit it straighter than that safely, but that was right where the fielder was. He was still on the run a little, but it went right through his hands. Disappointed he didn't keep hold of that one. 4 runs the result. Wonder if that'll be of any great significance. Didsbury's point of view, Ben Renison's got to make that count. He really has. That's down the leg side. No problems with the no balls anyway. There was nothing obviously wrong with his feet there, which is good. So 1 down the leg side. 5 off the over. And this... and just swinging back a little bit. These two put 26 on now. You see that run of and the Manhattan there. There's no maidens building up, and there was a lot of those in the early part of the innings. Tom Riley into his 8th over. I would imagine he's going to bowl right through, whether not. Slater carefully forward. Can hear the Sale fielders, and certainly the captain Ian Habersham encouraging his team, trying to keep them focused and letting them know they are well in the game here. The temptation, well, the way Tom Riley bowls, you have to put the energy into the shot because there's no real pace to work with, and that's often what brings about the downfall of the batsman. Slater in the air, that's just short of mid-wicket, and they're going to sneak a run as well. Oh, that was almost disaster. Ben Habersham as the fielder, it was just short of him. He dived forward, couldn't get there. It wasn't a drop, as I say. It was just bounced in front of him, but risky single. Adam Slater has a deep exhale of breath. Ben Renison, now that's a nice shot. That's straight down the ground, and that is a much better shot from Ben. He's obviously well capable of that kind of stroke. Sees the ball. Got away with it in the last over when he was dropped at sort of wideish long on, but that was straight down the ground. You probably saw most of that, if not all of that, on your screen. That was a lovely hit. He's into double figures now. It's third four. As the Didsbury get near to the 100. That's another, should be another free hit, but full toss. But fortunately for Ben, he's picked mid off straight out, so no run. Tom Riley will get away with that one. 2 for 19 for him now from his 8 overs. Really well bowled, did a great job for his team. So 30 overs bowled. Didsbury 97 for 4. That's 15 overs, and that's a poor piece of fielding there. Lionel Thompson. Well, I want to look away now. The replay, certainly that was straight through his legs. He went down and looked like he was going to stop it, and then it just found a gap there. The batsman take a single. Jonathan Davison retreating back, and also Tom Riley's come right back to long off. We've got very deep mid wicket and deep extra cover, so 4 men right back. Ben Renison has got runs anywhere here, and he's found a lovely gap there. He's waited for that, and that's going to be 4. Nicely hit by Ben Renison, well thought out, saw all those gaps, and that brings the Didsbury 100 up. And first welcome batting point of the season. And that's the risk Callum Ross has taken, long off and long on back. That one sat up a bit, and Ben Renison just waited for it. Knew there's a huge gap there through backward, through square leg area. Oh, now he's gone for that. I think that's got enough on it. Yes, it's well wide of long on. Well hit again. Successive 4s for Ben Renison. Oh, it might have been 6 actually. It flew off the bat nicely. There is that man down there, and now we're putting another man out on the boundary. So the deep mid wicket has come squarer, and that's Jamie Coombs has gone to a very wide long on. Callum Ross fires that one in, almost medium pace there, and that was nicely disguised. He can't resist, can he, Ben? He sees it there, but he's not trying to hit that too hard. It's a nice save one. It's a very deep mid wicket. So 10 runs off this over. Good one for Didsbury. And Adam Slater, though, is going to ruin it because he's just cuffed that straight. Oh, it's a no ball. It's called no ball. I hadn't seen that. And that's lucky for Adam Slater, because I don't think he responded to the call there. And he coshed it straight to Tom Riley at mid-off. Full toss. I'm assuming that was called for feet, because it certainly couldn't have been called for height. So another life for Didsbury, and that's a nice shot from Ben Renison. The fielder's going to come round. Sam Baker gets himself behind it well. Careful stop, keeps it to 1. That was travelling. But a good over, 13 in total from it, and Didsbury onto 110. Ben Renison onto 25 off 23 balls. As you can see, a good progression from him. And these two have now had 44. In good time for this fifth wicket. Which is just what Didsbury needed. It's just reviving their innings at the right time. Right back at 3.5 and over now, and I think these two young aggressive players want to keep taking every scoring opportunity. As Tom Riley comes in for his 9th over. But, it's bowled really, really well. He's got, let's see, men back at long on. You can just see in the shade down there. And deep mid wicket. Ben Renison trying to hammer that through, but it fielded at extra cover. I think that is Callum Ross, actually the bowler. He's just been bowling at this end, doing the fielding there. So now Ian Habashin sending a man out onto the sweeper boundary, and he's coming out of slip, going into the point region. So challenging Ben Renison. Really, there's a big gap between point and extra cover to hit through if you want to try. Ben Renison has powered that. That's a bit short, and powered that nicely through square leg. 4 runs. 6th 4 from Ben Renison, and he's really starting to look in very good touch, and Didsbury will be delighted about that. And they did this. Getting a few bits of feedback here. Not sure what's happening with that. Just leave that there for a moment, and I hope that won't spoil your enjoyment too much. Apologies for that. Right, so Sam Baker's come right back onto the deep square leg boundary. So just one man in front on the leg side, saving one. Oh, and he's gone for the big shot and bowled. Oh, Ben. What a shame. Not the ball to be hitting. Plenty of gaps for one. Tried to keep playing that aggressive manner, and a very handy little innings has come to an end. Ben Renison bowled Tom Riley's 3rd wicket. He's out for 29. You can hear him getting a round of applause there. 28 balls, 6 4s. Good aggressive innings. But unfortunately, the wrong ball to be trying to do that to. No need to do that, really. And just as Didsbury was starting to get some momentum, that partnership of 48 for the 5th wicket, it comes to an end in a bit of a gift there. Tom Riley, his 3rd wicket. Apologies, I thought it was over, but no, there's still 1 ball to go. Anyway, we're going to see another left-hander in the guise of Didsbury captain John Battersby, captaining this year. And he comes in with a job to do for his team. His first knock of the season. He's not played, actually, because he had a back problem he picked up in a practice match, so he didn't play any of the T20s. And big test for him to come in and see what he can make of Tom Riley. Leaves that first one alone, so that is the end of the over. So Tom Riley, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 23 now. And what a job he's done for his team. Two batsmen just chatting together. I'm assuming we're going to have more of Callum Ross. He's just checking his run again. He was no balled in the last over, although I suspect that was for the back foot. Landing on the return crease. That 13 overs to go. Predictions are around for a score of around about 160 at this rate, but Didsbury will want much more than that. Sale obviously will want to keep them pegged back, and there really is no saying which way this will go.
Very childish that, James. I'm sorry.
What was that?
Oh,
So 3 dots. Nice start for Callum Ross. Adam Slater just having to reassess now. New batsman in. He had a good chat with his captain. To play these last overs. That's a nice looking shot, but didn't get hold of it. And Theo Broadbeck around smartly from short fine leg. Thought for a moment he'd timed that nicely, but no, didn't get hold of it at all. So last ball of the over, though. Oh, there's easy run on the offside now because the 2 fielders back on the boundary, so anywhere in front. But Adam Slater goes behind square. That's just a single as well. A man coming in off the boundary. So that's just 1 off that over and just 5 off the last 2. Didsbury getting pegged back again. 115 for 5 now with 12 overs remaining. As I was saying earlier, these 2 met in the first league match of last season. It was played at Macclesfield's ground because Didsbury's ground was in use. It was still Didsbury's home fixture. They only lasted 33 overs that day, and it cost them in the end because although it was a low scoring match, Sale used their extra overs. Theo Broadbeck guiding them home with a memorable innings. It was only 20 odd, but he lasted 120 something deliveries, I think it was. Sale winning by 1 wicket. And they'll be hoping for a repeat, certainly, of that kind of result. Obviously not as tense as that or as tight as that, but as the 2022 season gets underway, I'm Slater turning that one away, but Ben Habishin in smartly. Oh, he's hit that nicely, Adam Slater, and that's a good shot. That's 4. It was just sat up a little bit. Again, he's done that a few times now, showing some nice timing. And that was hit very hard. Callum Ross at extra cover. Unable to stop that powerfully hit shot. So a welcome boundary for Adam Slater, his 3rd. And that's short and 4 more. And these are very handy runs for Didsbury as our second batting point comes up. 120 is the second batting point, and that's them there. 123 now. Successive 4s for Adam Slater, and don't really be disappointed with that. He's gone over the boundary in his last 3 overs now, having conceded just 2 in his first 6. Oh, that's a tightly. There's just a bit of a what looked like good-natured in the end, but John Battersby being reminded he needs to stay in his ground. The bowler is perfectly entitled to run him out at that end if he's strayed too far out of his ground. Tom Riley giving him a friendly warning not just to go too far. Calling quickly to wait. I think there might have been a run there, but nonetheless it was John Battersby's call, and on striker he said wait, so no run. Head out on the offside, straight to the captain Ian Havisham. At a really square point he is there. Won't be seeing him back in the bowling attack. He's still got 5 overs left to bowl. That's a full toss, but he can't capitalise on it. Adam Slater. Callum Ross around smartly. So 8 off the over, but Adam Slater will feel it could have been more. Bowler Tom Riley will feel it should have been less, but there we are. He's come through 10 overs now, 3 for 31, and you can see that Didsbury run rate just back up around that 3.5 now, and they want to push that on past 4 if they can. It's going to take a bit of doing from here. 11 overs to go. I want a minimum of 180. So that's somewhat 57 runs. Still, they've got to get them. And Sale have bowled pretty well. There's been balls to score off, as there inevitably will be. But Didsbury haven't cashed in on every single one. They've had a couple of narrow escapes. And Callum Ross is 6th over, none for 27 so far for him. Bowling to the Didsbury captain, John Battersby, who's got a... Well, that's out, isn't it? Yes, that's well out. That's a poor run from John Battersby. Call from John Battersby. Adam Slater went, had to go, as he did, but was run out. And John Battersby sold him short there. There was, if the fielder hit, and he wasn't very far away, threw in. Oh, that was an absolute gift that Didsbury made of that. And Adam Slater, who responded to the call. Good innings from him, but terminated through no fault of his own, really. He's out for 27. Trooping off the field, very disappointed. And John Battersby, out of shot, had his head in his hands there. He knew that was a sold the young man there, afraid of. Yeah, just poor calling. And that is a gift for Sale there. Well on top again now. 6 wickets for them. 123 runs only on the board as Enam Hock comes into bat. He'll have a job to do with the ball as well, but he's got a big one to do with the bat. A dangerous player, Enam. He certainly hits it long and hard, but needs to get started. A lot of overs still to bat. As Callum Ross comes into his first ball, and he's away straight away. John Battersby, that's a much better call as a non-striker. Single there. Loud shout there, but it's one something. A leg by, and the signal from Jamie Collins. Enam Hock smartly through there. First leg by. We've only had 5 extras in this whole innings. Tidy effort from Sale. And that can make a big difference again at this level. It can be a lot of extras conceded, which all mount up, but they've only conceded the 5. I'm looking for that gap, but the Callum Ross, I think perhaps saw it might have been on, so he took all the pace off that. Nothing for Enam to work with. Some more there. That's clumped straight to a fielder. That extra cover, and no run is the result. So just 1 run off the over, a leg by as well, and a wicket, of course. That's a big wicket of Adam Slater. So we head into the last 10 overs. Didsbury 125 for 6. And they need a big finish. You can see there the thing that's derailed them, that regular fall of wickets. That run out particularly, there's something about a run out as a dismissal that just really deflates the batting side and really lifts the fielding side up. I was behind it. It looked like a dicey run. It's Pretty sure it would be out as the batsman scurry through for a single. I think that might be another leg by. It is. Good calling from Enam Hock that time. Alert to that one, and John Battersby going. He's got to put that out of his mind now and just concentrate on doing a job for his team with the bat. And needed as well. We're not blessed with lots of bowling options today, Didsbury, so they're going to need as big a total as possible to defend. As Enam Hock pulls into a gap on the leg side and has got 4. There was a man back, Sam Baker, but he was too square. And Enam Hock finds the boundary. He'll be pleased with that. Looking to do that a few more times. He's just got to pick the right ball. It's long off and long on back. Now deep mid wicket going back, deep backward square leg. And on the sweeper boundary as well. So plenty of room and gaps to score, but going aerial to the boundary is a risky shot. That for the kind of I'm just looking at it, sort of from 9 o'clock to midnight on a clock face, if you like. Those 4 fielders on the boundary, round from deep backward square leg to long off, and in upset it not far away from Tom Riley's outstretched hand. That's one of the boundary fielders there, keeping that to 1. Just double checking with the count. Yeah, 2 left, boys. So now there is nobody back on the leg side boundary for John Battersby, the left-hander. Now you'll be aware of that. There's 3 in saving 1. But he's not had much in the way of batting practice at all, John, for a little while. Not played in the T20s. Conscious he's got overs to bat. Wants to be leading the way. So anyway, last ball of Tom Riley's 11th. It's floated up and driven out for a single. So a decent overruns wise for Didsbury. 7 off that. Expensive for Tom Riley, considering 11 overs for 37 runs now for him. But those 3 wickets he's taken. And bowled very, very tightly indeed. It's become a little more expensive as more gaps have appeared in the field and more risks have been taken. Didsbury conscious they need to get on with the scoring rate. But, no, I think we've got to change of bowling. Is Lionel Thompson going to have a bowl? Looks like it. So yes, they're going for a 5th bowler, and Lionel Thompson it will be. So what's Lionel got? He's got a man back on the leg side now. Sam Baker's right back and the back square leg really on the boundary. That's Thompson in. Now, no, not out. I did wonder for one moment earlier in the piece, John Battersby, who was umpiring, gave Jamie Collins, who's umpiring now, out LBW, and Jamie wasn't too impressed with the decision. Wondered if there might be a little bit of things being reversed there, but no, Battersby survives. He's going for that dab, a very early shot. Timing nowhere, so a dot is the result, and all these dots we had now. I'm just looking at my sheet. 167 dots. That's a lot of dots. Oh, that's in the air and out. Yeah, straight to Callum Ross, I think that is. And John Battersby never really looked comfortable with his timing, has given that away somewhat. I'm afraid he's driven that straight to mid off, where Callum Ross took a nice catch. And John Battersby out for just a single. 7th Didsbury wicket. The score 132. And they'll be conscious they've still got these overs to bat now. going to see Finn Lowe, the wicket keeper today, coming in. A capable batsman. These two partnered together well in the first T20 match Didsbury played. Partnership was 72 in 5 overs in the first game, but the circumstances then very, very different. Last overs of a T20 innings. But this is the league campaign, very different indeed, and Didsbury with it all to do. Just 132 on the board. Never really fired with the batting today. Run outs cost them. Yeah. Just checking something with the sale captain in Amersham. Just wants to know how many Tom Riley's got left, and the answer is 1. But another 3 balls of this over first of all. Lionel Thompson. To Finn Lowe, 2 right-handers on strike. Oh, well, propped up a little bit. Like a scoring opportunity to me, but I decided defence was the best option. So a wicket maiden for Lionel Thompson to start with. He'll be delighted with that, as will his team. 132 for 7. And a real betwixt and between now for Didsbury. They've got to bat the 45. That's 8 more overs, but with just 3 wickets in hand, can't take too many risks. It's exactly the sort of position Sale will have wanted them to be in. As Tom Riley gets ready for his last over, straight through he's bowled, as did Sam Baker earlier. 3 for 37 so far in what's been an excellent spell. He's got his 4 men back on the boundary, as well as the 5th on the offside cover boundary, Tom Riley, for Enam Hock. Studiously defending that first ball. He's not studiously defending. That's 6. That's gone onto the roof of the pavilion. You might have heard the shouts, but nobody in any danger, I don't think. That was a nice hit from Enam Hock in his area, and welcome 6. Just the second one of the innings for Didsbury. Just checking back on my sheets. Yes, it was the first ball of the 3rd over went for 6. And that's only the second of the innings, but that's Didsbury in slightly better heart just for now. As another single. Good from Enam Hock. That's what the batsmen have just got to do now. Work this round. Finn Lowe on strike the field, switching rounds. There's 3 men back now on the long off, long on, and deep square leg. Very well. He's just in forward square leg on the boundary. Everyone else in trying to save 1, and the slip in as well, as you can see. Pokes that out, but that's straight to Lionel Thompson, fielding a mid wicket. And nicely away. It's gone to the. Oh, yeah, they're through in time. Good job Enam Hock set off straight away, because it would have been a tight one otherwise. But as it was, home before Ben Amersham could get the throw into the keeper. So last ball of Tom Riley's spell. Off the over so far. And Tom Riley just sending Theo Broadbeck much further back at very wide mid-off. Seenham tries to dab it away. That's well fielded by Paul Cusick. Tumbling down backward point. Stops the ball, no run. So 8 off that over, and that's the end of Tom Riley's spell. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 45. You can see the effect he's had on the Didsbury card. A lot of starts, but no one really getting on to a commanding innings. Those two in the middle from the young players, Adam Slater and Ben Rennison. Ben, the wild shot, and then Adam, done by the call from his skipper, I'm afraid. So, we've got 7 overs remaining. Will have to be a change of bowling from the far end. Next over, Didsbury 140 for 7. That's a full toss. That's a bit of a gift from Finlow. I think he's only going to get just 1 run. One away down to long off region. The fielders is long off and long on back, and long on, sorry, came round that leg side. Deep square leg and sweeper on the cover boundary. The other men are the boundary fielders. Mark will be looking for a boundary again. Hopefully he'll just stick around for a few more overs from Didsbury's perspective. And he's picked the gap there nicely. Actually, that's a good shot. He's picked the gap right in the outfield, and 4 runs, and that's a good piece of play from Ian Amhock. And enough time to choose where he hit it, and is aware of where the fielders are. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Control the shot into a huge gap. With the result that the fielder who was in at mid-wicket has now gone right out to that boundary. That's Jamie Coombs, I think, who has come into the mid-wicket gap now. So I'm trying to stop the scoring opportunities. No close fielders now. And defends nicely. He drives down the ground. There'll be runs there. A couple, I would think. The fielders coming around. The captain himself can't stop the 2. Nicely hit by Ian Amhock. Didsbury just getting something going. Last ball of this 39th. Run there. So fielded it short, fine leg. So 7 off that over. 15 off the last 2 have come. So 6 overs remaining. Didsbury 147 for 7. You can see that's the end of the end of Tom Riley's spell that we mentioned. So another bowler now from this far end, the Fletcher Moss end. Tidy from Lionel Thompson. The other 2 bowlers, it's probably going to be either Callum Ross or captain, and it is going to be the captain, Ian Havisham. Testing spell earlier from him. Number 26 from 7, but it was not tidier than that might sound. It was asking lots of questions. Checking to see who's so he's got 4 on the boundary, 1 either side of the wicket, and long off and long on. Ben Abisham's coming to short, fine leg, so a large gap on this leg side for Finlow for singles. Hits that nicely in the offside. It would have been a single. It was misfielded in the end by, I think that's by Jamie Coombs. Apologies, Jamie, that was Tom Riley. He's got another one on the knee. He got one on the knee earlier when he tried to field, and that one pinged away as well off the patella. There's a run there, Finn. He wasn't sure where it had gone, but it squirted out behind square. I think he was looking down the ground somewhat. The inside edge And Enam Hawk alert to the opportunity of a single, which he takes. So now we've got the 5 men back. Boundary fielders. So that large gap, just backward point and extra cover. There's a big gap there on the offside. That's down the leg side. Filling everybody there in with that one. Able to hear Lionel Thompson beside our effects, Mike. Just goading Enam to hit big. And he has done, and that's worked, and I think that's going to be round under the field. And well caught, that's Jonathan Davidson down there. And you just heard that shout in the field from Lionel Thompson, tempted him to hit big. Whether Enam took any notice or not, I don't know, but the result is he put it up in the air and has caught it long on. And so a promising innings from him. 19, 2 4s and a 6. Comes to an end, and that again derails the momentum for Didsbury. 148, 8 wickets now. And these two, Rowan Agarwal coming in to join Finn Lowe. They are going to have to bat these overs out and think about this. Hopefully, they're chatting. You can't see them on camera, but hopefully Tom Bidwell is, who's square leg umpire, is telling them exactly that. Make sure you bat these overs. Do not give the opposition extra overs. Any unused completed overs go to the opposition. In Sunday third 11 cricket, in fact in all league cricket in Cheshire. So again, the story of the innings, a partnership gets going, and then another wicket that Didsbury have rather made a present of. There've been a few of those this afternoon. A few batsmen will be looking at themselves and thinking, why did I play that shot? There's no need for that. And that's off the edge, but Finn Lowe, but nicely fielded, Paul Cusick. Deep backward point. It's quickly down. Rowan Agarwal, a new batsman at the far end. You can see him, short sleeves. Seeing him bowling later. Not too many bowling options for Didsbury today, so they're going to have to get as many runs as possible. But batting this 45 is the priority. I think that's over, but dense yet that it is. Jamie Collins counting well, so 5 overs to go. Didsbury 148 for 8. The last 10 overs have yielded 51 runs, but 4 wickets as well, and it's this regular fall of wickets that just derails things in terms of building scoring momentum. So they've plugged away, bowled well, and restricted Didsbury, forced the mistakes. And Rowan Agarwal prepares to face his first ball. Still 5 overs to bat. So they can't really take any risks. They're going to have to just rein themselves in, I think, these two. Lionel Thompson is in. Looks like he's bowling from almost level with the stumps. Perfectly entitled to do that, of course, as long as the umpire can see him. He can bowl from wherever he likes. So more orthodox. And Rowan picks a single nicely there. 150 will be another batting point landmark. About this, Didsbury Sale setting the field right back again. We've got 4 back now, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, deep cover. Just looking now on the ESO dot, we've had 184 dots. That's just over 30 overs of dots Didsbury have batted out in these 40 overs. Finlow's gone for a big one, and he's thankfully for him not got hold of it properly. It's dropped short. The deep mid wicket coming round. Hello, David. Oh gosh. Gosh, my heart was in my mouth there. Why are we? You know the men are back there, and we've got all of this to bat. I don't understand this game sometimes. Rohan trying to get that full toss away, but back to the bowler. Okay, just stay patient, gentlemen. 150 is up. See if we can get it beyond 160, 170 now. But you've got to stay there. There's plenty of gaps. Like that there. Easy single. And a couple of overs of that will be absolutely fine. Just to make sure these overs tick round. 3 off that over in the end, and bit of an escape. You can see the scoring rate. A few good overs, but generally it's been a struggle for Didsbury. Like I say, over 30 overs of dots played out, the equivalent of. And yeah, in the other 11 overs, 151 runs scored. He's supposed to show you what a strange game it can be, cricket. Captain Ian Havisham is preparing for his 9th over. Rohan Agarwal just taking guard, having a look round. You'll see fielders, well, there's a huge gap on the offside through point. And right back on the boundary there. And that's where he's looking, and he's out. Yeah, he's edged it. He's been given out. Didn't think he hit it, clearly from what you can see, but the bowler and wicketkeeper were straight up. And Rohan still looking round. Has been given out, caught behind. So he's wandering off, not looking very happy with life, Rohan, but he's been given out. Examining his bat. Really didn't think he hit it, but no matter. The point is he's been given out. So last man, Mohammad Rahmani, comes in for Didsbury, and they're in a bit of a pickle here. At the moment, Sale will get 3 extra overs. Should they take another wicket in this over? Rahmani will be in action with the ball, of course, but he's got to do a job as a batsman now, and what a job it is. So Mohammad Rahmani, the last man for Didsbury, 151 for 9. Second wicket for Ian Havisham there. So we'll be delighted with this. Good effort from them. This first league game of the season for all the teams today. They'll be very pleased with the start they have made. Oh, I thought I heard something there, but clearly not. Well, Didsbury had a very successful T20 campaign in the opening weeks of the season. Sale, surprisingly, didn't qualify from their group. But they'll be very keen to continue the momentum they built up last year in the league. The edge, no run. The runners up last year and pushed Didsbury all the way. It was still in the balance till the final game of the season. But Didsbury went into it with I think a 7-point advantage from memory, and both sides ended up winning their games. So very close title race, closest one there's been for some time in this division. Rahmani just plays that quietly out. That's all he can do. Didsbury have to conserve these overs, of course, that means the scoreboard is stuck. He's floated that one up, tried to tempt Romani. But it's a wicket maiden. As a result, 42nd over the innings, a wicket maiden. So Sarah will be absolutely delighted with that. 3 overs to go, so 151 for 9. The score, as you can see, in Havisham's excellent figures, 2 for 27 from 3 we just saw. Good look at that clatter of wickets towards the end of that worm. It's really derailed the momentum Didsbury hoped to build up. 30 overs, there were 97 for 4, so it's that 54 runs have come since then, at 5 wickets, and that really has cost them dear. So Finlow to face Lionel Thompson, see what he does. I'm hoping he's they're going to rein himself in or pick the right ball. Very straight, long on. Oh, that's got to be a run, is it? No, he's found the fielder on the leg side. Bit short, and then you can see Finn disappointed with himself. Found the fielder there, the only fielder in close in front of square on the leg side. Lionel Thompson was chatting away. Nearly he had a wicket there. Finlow playing onto his pad. He's calling in his deep backward square leg now and sending man out. Seeing Abish and the captain going out to deep extra cover, so 2 boundary fielders on the offside. As Finlow gets the run this time, he's found in the gap. There might be only going to be 1. Romani just jogging down to the far end. So just 1 ball for Romani to negotiate. And he doesn't just negotiate, takes a run. So it's 2 singles off that over. 43 gone, 153 for 9. You can see there those partnerships for Didsbury. That one in the middle between Adam Slater and Ben Rennison, very promising, but sadly coming to an end when it just looked like they were really starting to find their range. So Ian Havisham's going to bowl his last over of the day. I think it'll be his last over. And he led his team very well. He's bowling to Romani, who's gone for the big one, and he's going to take a single. Yep, that's more like it now. Didsbury will show a little bit more urgency. Ideally they can bat this over out somehow, and then at least they've got through their allocation and not given any to the opposition. That's 1+ at least. Just swapping around. We've got 3 back now on the leg side boundary, as well as their mid wicket. So just 1 on the offside boundary. A huge gap for Finlow to aim at through point. Oh, but Romani's again didn't know where that had gone. Jammed it out. Romani alert to the opportunity though, and called through well for a single. We need to take every run now that they possibly can. So Jonathan Davidson just coming back into slip now for Mohammad Romani. And he's bowled. Oh, went for the big one. Clean bowled, and Didsbury all out. for 155. Spanamani bowled by Ian Havisham for 2, leaving him with figures of 3 for 29. And along with Tom Riley, also took 3 wickets, leading off an excellent bowling effort for Sale. 155 all out. They put Didsbury into bat, and they'll be delighted with that. They've got an extra over to use as well if they should need it. All right, just 3.5 and over on a hot afternoon. Sale team coming off. So we have our interval. And you can see the Didsbury card. A lot of starts, but nothing substantial. And wickets at key times really hobbled the momentum they were trying to build up. And that result is 155 all out. Let's see, those last 6 wickets. Just adding 58 runs in 13 overs. So we'll be back with you in around about a half hour's time to see how Sale get on. You can see there the bowling figures. And fall of wickets as well, a regular fall, which I suspect may well have cost Didsbury. And we'll be back with you in half an hour or so's time.
assume. I thought it was, but I wasn't sure.
Right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was just out having a chat with some of our folks. Mixed opinions, I have to say, about this total for Didsbury. But it is what it is, 155. And Sale will have 46 overs in which to get them. And we're going to be underway with Enam Hock, and he's going to be bowling to Jamie Coombs for Sale. So the first ball of the reply. Nicely driven, and Jamie Coombs away straight away. Richard Daniel doing the chasing. A couple of runs for him. Theo Brodbeck is the non-striker. Long ponytail. Manso nice and recognisable for me. That's Jamie Coombs on strike. That's edged and caught. Straight away, Adam Slater has caught that in the gully. That's a lovely catch. It was full. Jamie Coombs went for the drive, tempted, and that is exactly what Didsbury needed, defending this low total. Oh, Jamie Coombs away with a 2. But second ball, a wicket, and that is exactly what Didsbury wanted, as I was saying. Super catch from young Adam as well. That was a nice, smart piece of work. And he's very pleased with that indeed, and why should he not be? Excellent. Very pleased about that. Appreciate friends of it watching over at Sale will not be so pleased, but still give me a little bit of excitement. I shall try and keep things even-handed in here as Jonathan Davidson comes out much earlier than he would have wanted to. Just a third ball of the innings. And Didsbury just the start. Enam Hock is in, nice full length. And Didsbury, who struggled for periods of last year to take wickets early on, it kind of came back a bit more towards the end of the season, but I do recall the start of last season was a big struggle for them. Lost a couple of games, drawing matches they would normally have won. Couldn't prize the batsman out, so they'll be very pleased. That's a gosh, I thought that had gone straight to the fielder then, but he just hit into the ground, Jonathan Davidson. Rohan Agarwal there at extra cover. Lots of noise, as you might well imagine now, from the Didsbury team. Jamie Collins in at slip, then Adam Slater, Tom Bidwell at backward point. Rumashita at cover, extra cover Rohan Agarwal. Richard Daniel, you can not quite see it mid-off. John Battersby, the captain at mid-on, you can. So, nice firm drive from Jonathan Davidson, but straight to cover. Ben Renniston is at just behind the umpire. Square leg and Mohammad Rahmani, who we'll see from this end, third man. So dramatic first over, just about to come to an end. Nicely turned away by Jonathan Davidson, and he's just going to get one. Nicely picked up by Ben Renniston, actually. Single off the last ball, so very eventful first over. You can see already a wicket down Sale. But, early days for them. They need 153 more, 45 overs. So around about 3 and a bit and over. That's not the run rate, will never be the problem. It's whether they can do what Didsbury didn't do, build partnerships. So Didsbury batsman got in, got going, but nobody got a really substantial score, and biggest partnership 48 was cut short just as it seemed to be getting going. So let's see if Sale can learn from that anyway. Jonathan Davidson's going to face Mohammad Rahmani. You'll just see him a few paces coming in at this Parswood end. That's a wide ball down the leg side. That's good. There we go. So on to 4. That's one thing Sale did well in their innings, actually. Kept the extras down, just 6 in total. And that Bowling Didsbury out for 155. Sale chose to field first, so fancied the chase. Oh, and that, oh, I thought that was quite a risky run for a while, but actually it was a perfectly safe one. Leg by is taken. Brings Theo Brodbeck onto strike. Saying earlier, he batted doggedly in this fixture last year, first league fixture of last year as well, as it happened, and won his side the game with a very long vigil over 120 balls, 24 not out, but he helped to hold it together and get Sale over the line by 1 wicket that day. Very dramatic finish. This is his first ball from Romani. It's down the leg side again, and another early leg pie signal from the umpire. I think that's Lionel umpiring, I think it is. Ahmed Romani just struggling for his line here. He's obviously going a bit too leg side. Seen it more on that off stump. He's got a similar feel to Enam Hock. Gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, as well as the slip. And the 2 men in on the leg side, backward square leg, Ben Renison and John Battersby, the captain. You'll see him from time to time in the picture. At mid on. That's guided down, but not going to take a run there. No. Jonathan Davison just guiding that one away, but Tom Bidwell not a fielder you want to be taking a chancy single to, and certainly no need for that at this stage. As I say, I've got plenty of time. We will not have a draw here today. It'll be a win for one side or the other. Fielders thought that was over, racing in, but of course the wide off the first ball has to be bowled again. So Romani in. And this time two fielders converge to stop any chance of a run, so tidy enough over from Mohamed Romani, not quite being as accurate as he would have liked. And you see that early wicket for Didsbury, just the boost they needed. Not sure about the Sale order as well, whatever you're seeing on your screen. I'm told it will be a Habishan next, not sure which one. But in any event, Sale will be hoping don't see another batsman for some time, that these two can put a partnership together. Theo Brodbeck. Just preparing to face Enam Hock. Flicked off the pads, I think, that one down the leg side, so. Well left. Very composed player, Theo Brodbeck. Not easily ruffled, I don't think. The game I referred to last year, he was, I forget, it was at number 8, and it was very low down the order, but Sale have obviously identified he's got the temperament needed at the top of the order just to stay nice and calm. Judging it well in these early stages. So it's just gone behind a cloud somewhere. It's been a lovely afternoon generally. Very pleasant in that sun as well. I feel some warmth in the air at last. Welcome for everyone. But, still set fair for a good entertaining afternoons and early evenings cricket here. Like I say, it will pretty confidently say we will not have a draw here. We'll have a win for one side or the other. should be a good watch. Right on line there, but Broadbeck right in behind the ball, nicely stroking it up to mid-off. He's picked a single out there nicely. The last ball, so just spoiling what would have been a maiden over for Enam Hot. Single off the last ball. The early efforts of the two Didsbury bowlers. They're short on bowling today, Didsbury. We'll see Rohan Agarwal with his spin and Tom Bidwell with his pace. Each bowler can bowl 12 overs as a maximum, so in theory Didsbury could get through with 4. Richard Daniel just slightly out of shot there, but just chatting with the bowler. He's at mid-off. He's been bowling recently in the T20s and may be called upon, but other than that, Didsbury are heavily reliant on 4 players. There's one of them in the bowling department, Mohamed Rahmani, nice and full, but again clipped away nicely by Theo Broadbeck. He's got that off his leg. He's going to get a couple here. Tried to overhit the ball, just pushed it into that gap. There's just 2 men on the leg side, as per last over. Rahmani just getting a bit too straight. His protections are all just out that offside, on and around off stump. That's the length and the line now. So Didsbury will be hoping he can keep it there. Short, but hit down into the ground. Slater got a hand to it in the gully, and then Tom Bidwell tidied up. Ground from point. So slightly backward point where Tom is. Just found some sultanas in one of my boxes that I bring with me. Very nice. So last ball of the 4th over. Played out carefully by Theo Broadbeck. So you'll see that comparison now on your screen becoming more relevant. It'll, I would imagine, be fairly similar throughout unless somebody gets a real flyer, but as I said, it won't be a question of time. There's plenty of overs. Sale, it's a fairly modest run rate requirement, just 3 and a bit and over. A very fast outfield at Didsbury, so that in itself should not be a problem. It'll just be keeping the wickets intact and not doing what Didsbury did, which was a regular loss of them, which really stymied the momentum. Jonathan Davison back on strike. That's going to be an extra, might be a couple here. 2 byes, I think. 2 something anyway, yep, 2 byes is a signal. Sam Baker doing the umpiring duties down there. Bowled his 12 overs earlier, very well for Sale. tidy that from Didsbury. 5 extras already. There's total of 11. Sun back out with us, so again a really lovely afternoon now. It's a very gentle breeze. I can just see the trees on the opposite side of the ground just ever so slightly moving, but it'll be perfect conditions for playing. Oh, and that's a bit of a swoosh from Jonathan Davidson, the first really loose shot I think we've seen from the Sale batters so far. Jamie Coombs, just his second ball. Thought it was there to drive. Might be slightly loosish, but that early on in the innings. But otherwise, that was a bit of a swoosh. Jonathan Davidson just to get that one out of the mind now, and just concentrate on the next ball, which will this next ball will be the last one of this 5th over. Solidly behind that. So it's a maiden over for the bowler. 2 byes off the first ball, but we'll be very happy with a maiden. 1 for 4 from his 3 overs. No, so tidy-ish start from him, but couple down the leg side. See all the circles on the Manhattan, a loss of wickets in that Didsbury innings, and that's really what made what should have been a 180 plus score only 155, and left them with they're going to need a pretty special fielding performance, I think, to get this one turned round. Being happy with the start. Still haven't got away, and an early wicket always helps as Rahmani comes in for his 3rd over. Theo Brodbeck again showing very good judgment outside that off stump, just leaving the ball alone. Not tempted into trying to play it, judging the bounce. Knows the bounce is generally pretty true here. Oh, that one's beaten him. That was a good ball from Rahmani. Had to play at it, that one, Theo, and just past the edge. And this is what Didsbury need to do, just keep putting the dot balls together, try and build some pressure. As they can. Again, just Pushed out by Theo Broadbeck, so maiden for Mohamed Rahmani as well. Successive maidens for Didsbury. Will encourage the bowlers. So I'll just be breaking this down in stages. I think they want to get through maybe to 15 overs with wickets in hand, and look at getting it under 100, etc. Countdown from there. Now walk in for his fourth over. Oh, there's a sloppy piece of work there in the field. Should have been a run there. I thought it was a dot, but it should have been a dot. But untidy fielding. All skewed away, and a single is the result. And Didsbury need to tighten this up straight away because they haven't got the runs to play with today. That's a bit too short from Inamok. I want to pitch it a bit further up than that. Gives Theo Broadbeck time to pick a shot. As it is there, he's a little bit leaden-footed. He's just using the arms rather than using his whole body and getting the feet forward to really get the weight into the shot. He's not getting full value for hitting it. That kind of shot. That one out. He gets forward a bit better there. When he's just pushing it, the ball, he gets forward to defend it, which is fine, but it's the attacking shots where his foot movement's just down a little bit, but he's still there, showing good judgment outside the off stump, certainly. On the leg side, but a dot ball, and one off that over. So Didsbury building a little bit of pressure now. As I say, if I had another untidy fielding, that would have been 3 straight maidens. See these two just taking their time. 10 off 40 balls. This partnership is around 7 overs. They've been batting together. Just under 7 overs. All but 2 balls of the innings. Put another way. Jonathan Davidson will resume his battle with Mohamed Rahmani. A lot of protection on the offside, just 2 on the leg. Oh, nice. That's a nothing shot. Jonathan Davidson, I want to think about that. Bat sort of driving at it a bit, and have to be careful. Oops. Down the leg side, so no alarms there. Pushed away, but Ben Renison in at square leg there to stop any chance of a run. Again, some encouragement for Romani. Not quite there with that shot, Jonathan Davidson. He kept it out okay, but that's nicely flicked away that time. That's nicely hit. That's just two full, two straight though, and 4 runs for Jonathan Davidson. First boundary of the innings for Sale in the 8th over, and a nicely clipped shot there. And that'll do Jonathan Davidson's confidence a world of good. Picked the right ball there, and he clipped that nicely. There is a big gap at mid-wicket, but still got to find it. And that's, oh gosh, beautifully forward as well. That's a lovely defensive shot to finish. An encouraging over for him. Sale just on to 16 now, after 8 overs. See that careful start to their reply. They have time of an extra over 46 overs they will have in total to bat, so the game last year that I've referred to once or twice, Didsbury as a really poor batting display, ended up giving Sale an additional 12 overs, which they haven't done for quite some time. Well, they haven't done it before or since, I think. And Sale made that advantage count on the day. That extra over might not sound a lot, but these things all come into consideration. Into his 5th over now. Well, that's a nice one. Past the edge, and Broadbeck not very far away from that one. It's still there. The Yorker there. Well seen, well dug out by batsman. And, tidied up nicely at mid-off, Richard Daniel. A number of Didsbury batsmen who will have cause to reflect on the shot they played or the way they got out tonight. For now, nothing can be done about that. We're just going to focus on the job in hand in the field. And Richard Daniel will be absolutely wholehearted in his approach. No doubt about that. More patience. That's the Broadbeck showing. Drove at that, got to the pitch a bit nicely, but it was fuller than would have been possible to get away, so just kept out a maiden over. Successive maidens from Enam Hock. Yeah, Broadbeck's patient start to his innings continues. See the bowlers there giving very little away, just the 1-4 in the previous Romani over from Jonathan Davidson in this first 9 overs, so Didsbury certainly doing what they can to pressurise the Sale team. Romani isn't in, Jonathan Davidson Nicely forward, playing into his pad. Apologies, just whacking the mic there. That's down the leg side. Trouble with his line here. Mohamed Rahmani getting a consistent line throughout each over. Few sprayed down the leg side and a bit too straight with that one in the last over. They got clipped away through mid wicket for 4. Sam wicket. That off stump sort of area. They're going to, yes, take a leg by, I think, here. Decided. Yeah, leg by. Had he hit the bat, that would come off the bat. That would probably gone straight to the fielder and no run, but ball just died away. They get the pad, so they were able to scamper through for a leg by. 17 for 1 now. His 10th over as Rahmani is in. Broadbeck nicely forward there, correctly forward, right behind the ball. Driven nicely, but Richard Daniel round. Oh no, I was thinking there might be a run there, and you need to use an arse from the Didsbury fielders. There was never going to be a run there if they didn't go straight away, which they didn't. Another maiden over. Just a leg by from it. Of course, that doesn't count against the bowler, so Didsbury just doing what they can to make the Sale batsmen earn every run. 10 overs, so that's typically a change of umpires. And a couple of the, well, I think that's Tom Riley, isn't it, coming on? We've got Callum Ross is doing the square leg duties. And Baker's done his 10 overs, so ready again. Enam Hot coming into Jonathan Davidson. Clipped nicely, but straight to the fielder, but cannot prevent the run in the end. And in fact, might have gone further. And not been for some good backing up, scrambling in the field. So a single is the result. Did it straight to Ben Renison. He's fairly deep at some of that backward square leg area, Ben. So both batsmen went straight away. Fairly safe run there in the end. Let's jump for the Yorker again then, but too full, and Theo Broadbeck can just push it out onto the offside. Wringing his hands slightly there. I think that's one of those ones that goes right up the bat. Just a bit of discomfort for a short time. And he's found it in the gap there. Oh, direct hit might have been interesting. as it was, John Battersby couldn't do that. He just scurried round to try and stop it. Again, the two batsmen setting off straight away, and if you do that, then it is going to take something very special to stop a single being taken. And they're going again for another one, so out to long on. John Battersby coming round, can't stop that single, so 3 off that over. Not many. It's clear intent from the Sale batsman to try and not get themselves bogged down here. Theo Brodbeck at 27 dot balls in a row before he scampered away for that single in that over. That's just an example of the pressure building up as Didsbury is switching it around. Now you'll just see Jamie Collins coming into that short mid-off position. He's come out a slip for Jonathan Davidson. Something else to think about as Romani is in. Oh, but that's not a good line down the leg side. It will be one run, I think. Yep, nudged away. Ben Renderson coming round to field. So just a few singles accruing now for Sale, and they're going to get a bit of momentum. Into this partnership. Back on line now. Sounds like a barbecue somewhere. I think there's there's aroma in the air. That sort of afternoon, really. Not really nice. Shot from Theo Brodbeck. He's been very patient so far, but a bit of a swish at that, really. Similar to the shot Jonathan Davison trying. It's kind of a nothing shot, really. It's cross-batted. Length and Finload as well to stop that one. That just died away a little. Tidy over, just one off it. So that's pretty. Tidy enough start, good 12 overs. They'll have hoped for more than one wicket. There's certainly no lack of effort. The batsmen have been equal to it. They're in no hurry. They've patiently got behind things. As I said, Didsbury not blessed with lots of bowling options today. 4 main bowlers, so John Battersby is going to have to use them wisely. Bowlers, opening bowlers bowling well. Another one past the edge and a bit of a swish there by Jonathan Davidson, driving at thin air in the end. And this is the difficulty that Didsbury have. The bowler's bowling well. He won't want to come off, but can bowl 12 maximum. This is Enam's 7th. Dug that one out, Jonathan Davidson. Might get a couple here. Richard Daniels chasing it, you'll see in your picture. Got it off before the boundary, only just. And they're going to go 3, and yeah, comfortable 3 in the end. Yeah, just there. Wasn't any overthrow, so 3 runs for Jonathan Davidson. Hit that nicely down the ground. So Captain Ian Habashan padded up, so it looks like he's going to be in next. Nicely clipped off his legs again. He's played that a few times, Theo Broadbent, but can't penetrate the field. Rowan Agarwal coming around there at mid wicket. I just have seen him. And they play with a jumper on. Nice hot afternoon, and Rowan with his long sleeve jumper on. It's good line and length for Hock. Patience continues from Theo Broadbeck. 43 deliveries faced now, a 44th coming up. This last ball of the 13th over, and he's again defended that one out. So a tidy over, but no reward for Didsbury. Wickets they need. They're not going to restrict the runs, I don't think. Even though just with that section of dots, 5 dots in that over, the run rate has now actually touched 4 and over for the first time in the reply. So that's a small victory for Didsbury. But still 33 overs to bowl, so plenty of time, so I don't have to panic at all. As Romani is in to Jonathan Davidson, who I thought had edged that, but obviously not. Just a swing and a miss. But be a relieved young man that didn't catch the edge on the way through. Expansive shot. Gap he's aiming at, I think, through extra cover, you can see. That's still, no, don't run there, young man. Theo Broadbeck looked like he was interested in a run there, but Ben Rennison is on the ball at backward square leg, and down smart. He got the ball quickly back in. Yeah, there's that backward point. A very deep gully and deep backward point. That's catch, and he's caught it again. Yes, brilliant catch. Adam Slater, he's tried that shot a couple of times, Jonathan Davidson, and Adam Slater has caught another screamer. I was just saying he's a sort of deepish gully there, but that was a fantastic catch. It was travelling quickly, and Jonathan Davidson perishes. I feel slightly aggrieved. That was a good catch, a very good catch. Adam Slater's second of the match, and a wicket for Mohammad Rahmani. Jonathan Davidson out for 12. Hit the only 4 of the innings to date in his 35 balls. And Didsbury will be delighted with that. So 24 for 2 now in this 14th over, as Captain Ian Habashan strides to the crease. Good bowling job for his side earlier. 3 for 29 he took, and generally rotated his bowl as well, and his field placings worked out. But a job to do with the bat now. Sailing a spot of bother. Habashan's first ball is down the leg side. Rahmani, disappointed he didn't make him play. Fine catch from Adam Slater. It's a low catch, one of those ones that's very easy to spill at that pace. But he made no mistake, and that's two very smart catches. Played a good innings earlier, Adam Slater, as well. Run out by poor piece of calling from his captain, and John Battersby was very remorseful about it during the interval. Fully accepted his responsibility for that. Seeing Habersham drives, but finds John Battersby actually his opposite number to end a wicket maiden for Mohammad Rahmani. And that's another excellent over for Didsbury. They've been building the pressure up. And you'll see there that Sale card. Not really going anywhere at the moment. It's a very cautious start indeed. 14 overs. And 24 runs on the board only. 2 wickets gone, of course. Just looking at the dots, so we've had the equivalent of, well, 73 dots, so 12 overs of dots out of these 14 effectively. Anyway, still plenty of time, and Theo Broadbeck, doesn't always give it him. He's been given LBW by the umpire. It looked as though he got a fair way forward there, but umpire had no doubt. And that really is a great boost for Didsbury, a 3rd wicket. And Theo Broadbeck's long vigil, 45 balls for just 4 runs, comes to an end. He's disappointed as he troops off. Ben Habersham, sorry, just checking while I checked. Tom Riley confirmed to me that it was Ben. I thought he was out umpiring. Well, I'll just have to double check. That is, it might be Jamie actually. Yes, it is Jamie Coombs, who holding Sale bat, who fell to that fine Adam Slater catch off the second ball. Doing the umpiring now, and raised the finger in Enam's favour. So 3rd wicket is Ben Habersham on strike, and that well, I'm not behind it. Fielder's certainly very interested. Certainly hit him lower down than it hit Theo Broadbeck, but impossible to see from here. Not out is the decision, so we go again, but this is all encouragement for Didsbury. The pressure well and truly on the Sale team at the moment. Oh, what's happened there? Finlow did very well to stop that in the end. Could have shot through. But, somehow must have hit something and seemed to bounce quite awkwardly, jagged back a fair way. And in the end, good piece of work to stop any buys. They don't want to give any runs away at all, Didsbury. And Habersham relieved to feel one on the bat. Whatever that barbecue is, it smells absolutely wonderful. So we can't bring you that. But, there's a hesitation here, and Habersham could be struggling. Oh, a direct hit, he would have gone. The run in the end, Ben Habersham wanted the single, and Ian Habersham was back on his heels. He didn't think there was any chance of a run, realised that young Ben was charging at him. So he set off, and he was going to be a long way short, and a direct hit would certainly have been out. It was a scramble effort by Didsbury, but the Sale captain home, and he'll be just taking a moment here. Grandson might have a word at the end of the over, I suspect. But anyway, he's got a couple of one ball to negotiate. Oh, first of all, Ian Havisham, and he's nicely forward. So a dot ball, another excellent over for Didsbury. And Enam Hock 2 for 12 now from his 8 overs. You can see. Be interesting to see if John Battersby's going to bowl him anymore, because he has to juggle this 4-man attack this afternoon. Enam will be feeling confident. The ball's landing well. Didsbury need wickets, put some pressure on, of course, and you want to keep your bowlers when they're on top bowling, but they can't bowl forever, and you have to juggle them round. Anyway, that's all part of the intrigue of this afternoon, as Ben Havisham now going to face Mohammad Rahmani. Slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and backward square leg, as well as a fine leg. The field and the gropes at that one. A full-length one outside the off-stump. Rahmani might enjoy having a left-handed to bowl at. He's been struggling a little bit at times with his line. Puff of dust as the ball went past the bat there. I think he's hit the ground again there, young Ben. He's just marked where you can see him just practicing shots he'd like to play. Didsbury with everyone except Enam Hock up, as they should have. They need to keep pressurising. That's a nice shot from Ben Havisham, nicely behind that. Pushes that out into the covers. This rate's now 4.3, so it started at just under 3.5. So Didsbury have done well to squeeze it thus far. You see Rohan Agarwal coming across from mid-wicket into extra cover now. And obviously feeling confident about his line. And indeed, young Rohan straight into action. Whizzes past the edge. I'll just remove my jumper for the first time this year in any scorebox anywhere. How nice to feel the sun. And that's hit that crack again and just died, but Finlow again across and does well to stop it. Maiden over, the 6th of the innings. Rahmani's 4th. 1 for 8 from 8 overs for him. Another one in that wickets column, I think, at least, but that's how it is. But even so, you see what I'm saying about the run rate. Sailor, it's up around 4.3 now, but that will no doubt, well, they'll want it to change, and they'll need it to move. Ian Havisham, just the man to get it moving as well. He's having a chat with Andrew Masheter at extra cover as Enam Hock comes in for his 9th over. Nicely forward, a bit of good-natured chat with Andrew Masheter. I think you can just see it, you can just hear them there. Looks good-natured anyway. Yeah, I can see smiles on faces, so that's all fine. So Ian Havisham has beaten Masheter there at cover, driven that all along the ground. He's going to get a couple. Tom Bidwell, a good throw. Online, that might have been interesting, but not at all. What have I done there? 2 runs for Sale Captain, get him underway. So just inching along at the moment. 27 for 3, the 17th over. Oh, that's nicely driven all the way down the ground, and as I said, Ian Havisham, just the man to do something about this requirement. confident shot, nice shot all the way along the ground, through, well past mid-off, past the bowler. 4 runs, just the second boundary of the innings. 17 overs and just 2 boundaries conceded. A good effort by the Didsbury bowlers, but this will be a game of cat and mouse, the momentum shifting one way and then the other, I think, and shots like that just give the batting side that extra confidence. So just checking back on my notes, but already this is the best over the innings with 6 runs from it, from Sal's perspective. Oh, nicely bowled Ian Hock, and well dug out by Ian Havisham. Looks like he's just blowing. Exhaling there. It's relieved he got the bat down in time. To end that 17th over. So just like Sale were initially, did pretty good with the overs. Not an hour's play yet, and that's 17 bowled already. 2 quicker bowlers on. You can see that light blue of Sale in comparison. They have found run scoring very difficult. This is accurate Didsbury attack. Looking at my dot count now. 88 dots. Bowled in the innings. So just over 12 overs worth of dots. And the 17 bowled Romani in for his 9th to Ben Havisham. It's very nicely forward. Defending. It will be telling to see now what John Battersby does. His 2 opening bowlers have got through 9 of their allotted 12. He's going to bowl them both right through. Well, that's a high-risk strategy. Oh, defended. Shout from behind the stumps, but nothing from in front. Yes, if he's going to bowl these 2 right the way through, and it would be tempting to, as well as they're bowling, but then that leaves absolutely no margin for error at all. Interesting to see if Didsbury go for broke in that regard. Jamie Collins just coming into a very short mid-wicket, as you can see there. And that's hedged down. It's gone through Adam Slater at Gully on an easy single. Much easier this time as father calls son through for the run. With the fielders behind the bat in Havisham, telling them what he was trying to do or would like to try and do. Not resting on him here. I think he knows that as well. He's going to have to stay there for a while just to pass his side through a tricky spell. Just 8 runs off the last 5 overs. So far, 1 ball left in this 18th. 6 of those 8 came in 1 over. That's another defensive shot, just 1 off that over. And that run rate climbing up towards 4.5 now. I'm just waiting to see what's happening with the bowling. Well, Enam Hock has run round, has picked his cap up, so it's going to be the first change, and we're going to see Tom Bidwell from the far end, the Fletcher Moss end. Enam Hock 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18, so As we were just pondering, John Battersby deciding 9 overs is going to ideally love to keep bowling Ian Ham. He can only bowl him for 12. So he's going to get a few overs from him up his sleeve. And someone else who's going to have a fair bit of bowling to do, I think Tom Bidwell. I don't think he's done that much this season. But, let's see. Longer run up, bowling to Ben Havisham. So just a very, very patient start. Yeah, they're not showing any signs of panic, certainly, but I'll be conscious that this it's very quiet start. When I say start, we're not far off the 20 over mark. We've limped up to 32. There's 2 boundaries. And Finlow again doing well to get across and stop that down the leg side. The last thing that we need to do is to be leaking extras. All the bowlers just struggling with this right hand left hand combination a bit. First of all, Tom Bidwell, and 5 decent deliveries, 5 dots. Batsman having to play it. It's only at 4 of them. And now see if Tom can finish it off. What's he going to do? He's going to come around the wicket. Why are you going to come around the wicket, Tom? You bowled perfectly well for 5 balls over the wicket. Anyway, around the wicket it will be. So the side screens to be moved, as you can just, I think, see. That's fine. It's quite, as you can see, quite shaded down at that end. So the ball is coming out of shade and light. And he's just checking the right hand side one. We're going to just, come on guys, let's just leave it, leave it there for now. 2 fielders just trotting back to position. So last ball of this 19th over, Tom Bidwell round the wicket to Ben Havisham, and he's got runs, you see. That angle coming in, he might even get 4 here. It's guided away for 4 runs. Yes, it's gone off the edge all the way down, and not sure why Tom chose to alter his line having bowled 5, but we were just saying the last ball of the over, a release ball, went for 4, and that's a boost for Sale. And Ben Havisham, who's up with his dad now, 6, you can just see their partnership. Nothing substantive, of course, in a total of 36 at the moment, but they'll need at least one really good one. Get them towards his target of 156. 120 away now, they are from that. 27 overs remaining, so just under 4.5 and over required. That's climbed a fair bit from the start of the innings. So it's a fairly modest 3 and just over 3 and a third and over. Rahmani's going to have a 10th over. The Sale captain Ian Havisham on strike. Nicely, but straight to the fielder. No run. So that's clipped. Oh, I thought it was certainly in the air, but well wide of the field at mid-wicket. It's going to be 4 more for Ian Havisham. He's hit that very nicely, I think. Ryan's given that chase up. Yep, 4 more. A nice shot from Ian Havisham. So Sale 2 fours in 3 balls now, and they've moved on to 40. It was in the air, that one. I couldn't see from my angle, but nowhere near the field. It was nicely timed, nicely placed. And the Sale captain into double figures. And that's clipped again, but much squarer than he thought. That's come off the inside half of the bat and well short of Ben Renison, but slightly more aerial than he would have wanted, and certainly not where he was trying to put it, Ian Havisham. Oh, and that was driven straight back, and Jamie Collins just dropped it. Oh. Marnie very close together, but it was pushed straight back and didn't look too difficult to me. You could sort of see it all there on your screen, and chance gone begging for Didsbury. And Ian Havisham, having survived, has tried a bit of a hoik there. Hand came off the bat. Surprised about that. I think he'd want to just gather himself and go again. Over a so's time. Had a life, so there he has to make the most of it. Last ball of this 20th over. Oh, that's a full length ball, but down the leg side. So 10 very good overs from Mohammad Rahmani. 1 for 13 off 10 overs. As you can see, the Sale card there, 40 for 3 off 20 overs. A change of umpire. And that is Tom Riley who's come out now. Cameron Ross has done a 20 over stint. Square leg, well done him. So, yes, an intriguing first 20 overs, just 3 away from drinks. So you can work the run rate out for yourself, and that's just about 4.5 and over now required from this point. 26 overs remaining. 103 dots. That's 17 overs of dots out of these 20. So it's been a very cautious start as Tom Bidwell comes in. No width on that occasion. Zeroing in on the stumps, and Ben Havisham across. Just poking it out. Skews out to backward point. Renison the fielder. Just saying, over 17 overs worth of dots. It's been a very accurate start from Didsbury, a cautious one from Sale, and it's really turning this into an intriguing contest now. You can stay with our coverage. Should be fascinating viewing. So Tom getting into the groove now from around the wicket for the left-hander. He'll have a long spell ahead of him today. Probably do it in 2 spells, I would think, but we'll see. It's right across. Solidly forward, like a few batsmen before him, just unhurried. What's in the opportunity in the air, but dropping well short of any fielders. So a bit of fortune there for Ben Havisham. Well, hung the bat at that and it flew off out towards extra cover, but dropped well short of Enam Hock. Exasperated he couldn't get there. But a maiden over nonetheless. Good over from Tom Bidwell. You can see a terrific effort from the Didsbury attack so far. Kept this very tight, and I think we're going to see Romani going right through. This will be his 11th of 12 maximum overs. I think in this kind of groove. Into the side now because of his advancing years, so he'll be wanting probably to get the spell done in one. It's quite something to bowl this many overs on the trot. He's still very accurate. Ian Abishan had that life in the previous over, dropped at short cover. Showing some aggressive intent though, and he thinks the ball is there to hit. Ben Renison in smartly there to cut off any chance of a one. Lovely, lovely afternoon now. We've been waiting for one of these for quite some time. It feels like early summer. So move towards June. A lovely afternoon for a game. BW shout, but not out, says the umpire. Not a lot of enthusiasm for it either, I must say. But a dot ball, Didsbury will take that as well, because it just starts. This run rate is now climbing more than I anticipated. 4.7 now. We started at 3.3. It's up at 4.7. And if Sale do decide just largely to try and see Romani out, that will absorb another 8 balls from here. Ian Abisham will play his shots if he thinks the ball's there. A bit of a smile on his face. He's just again chatting with Andrew Masheter at cover. Good-natured. Abisham resisting that last one, however he'll go at it. He's had a nice hit at that one, but kind of miscued it slightly out to mid-wicket, fielded by Rohan Agarwal. Another maiden for Mohammad Romani, his 5th, 11 overs and just 13 runs, and I think now the players have decided they are going to have a drink, so we'll just stop the clock there. So 22 overs, Sale 40 for 3, require another 116 of the remaining 24 overs. They have an extra over. Run rate 4.83 required. Didsbury 7 wickets. We'll be back in a few minutes after the drinks break.
Get one of the youngsters to run it across to you.
So we are back with the action. Tom Bidwell around the wicket to Ben Havisham, who again stroking out patiently onto the offside. As we are saying, Sale 116 more they require, 20, just under 24 overs to get them. And that rate is nudging 5 now. Started below 3.5. Testament to just how well this Didsbury attack has bowled. It's been a terrific effort to keep it this quiet on such a good pitch and fast outfield. So I've just found the boundary 4 times in these 20. This is the 23rd over now. And that's all in Didsbury's favour. Last season's champions, they've been a hat-trick of league titles now. In fact, 5 of the last 6 seasons Didsbury have won this Premier Division, this third 11 Premier Division. Sale are the only side that have taken it from them in that time. Fantastic record that Didsbury are defending this year, a new look team. And Sale will be one of a number of sides looking to do something about that. Certainly very well equipped to do that. A good set of young players and experience as well in this Sale outfit. Oh, and he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Tom Bidwell coming round the wicket. Ben Havisham hasn't looked in any trouble at all. Has played that shot a number of occasions, but has been completely done by that one and clean bowled, as you saw very clearly on your screens. And that is a fantastic lift for Didsbury just after drinks. 4th wicket, 4th Sale wicket. Ben Havisham out for 6. Found a boundary once, but 30 balls for that 6, and one of those was a 4, so he found run scoring very difficult as well, and he's gone now. And this looks like Lionel Thompson confidently trotting out onto the field. And this, I think, will be the decisive part of the match. There'll certainly be no shortage of commentary. Either from Lionel himself or from some of the Didsbury fielders. Gosh, 40 for 4 now, Sale, and they've dug themselves into a bit of a hole here. They really have with that extra over to bat, but they have not rotated the strike well. There's been a lot of dots, 120 dots now. 20 overs of dots in just under 23 overs of cricket, effectively. And Didsbury now are in a position they could only have dreamed of, I think, earlier this afternoon when they were struggling with the bat. Struggled all afternoon with the bat, in truth, but 40 for 4 in the 23rd over. 2 right-handers in for Tom Bidwell to bowl that now, so he's coming back over the wicket. This last ball of the 23rd over. And Thompson in behind it, so a wicket maiden for Tom Bidwell. That's not the first time that we've talked about wicket maidens this afternoon. 9 maiden overs in total. Oh no, he's miscounted the umpire, I'm afraid. So I'll just have to go back. He's miscounted. I think he's forgotten to allow one for the wicket here. So we're going to have a 7-ball over. And oh gosh, it was nearly curtains for Lionel Thompson. So thankfully no damage was done by that 7th ball from a Sale perspective. Didsbury nearly cashed in. So 40 for 4 off 23. There you can see that Manhattan for Sale not looking at all healthy. So it's going to be Mohamed Rahmani's final over. Wonderful spell. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 13 so far. 2 fours conceded and 11 overs. And he's had Ian Habishon dropped as well. So what can he do with his last 6 balls that he's got in the game? Now required rate has now climbed above 5 and over, which is a great achievement by the Didsbury team to have affected a swing in the run rate like that from 3.3 when they started. That's hit not cleanly but well enough into a gap. It's going to be a couple of runs. Richard Daniel comes round from, I think he must have been at long off there, Richard, or very, very deep mid off. 2 is the outcome. Couple of runs for sale, get things moving at last after a succession of maidens. 3 maiden overs in a row we'd had before that, and so last ball now coming up for Mohamed Rahmani. What a fantastic spell it's been from a Didsbury perspective. He'll only be disappointed it's just the 1 in the wickets column, but nonetheless, ball in 12 overs and at the moment only conceded 15 runs. It's a fantastic effort. Here comes his last ball to Ian Habishon, who's safely forward. There's a big appeal for LB, but I think there was some bat in that as well. Not out is the verdict, and that's the end of the over, and a brilliant spell from Mohamed Rahmani, getting the applause and congratulations of his teammates and their grateful thanks. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 15 is why that worm's looking like that, with those light blue line of sails way below where it needs to be. Over 5 and over they need. They chose to bat second, so the onus is on them to chase. John Battersby thinks about his, well, it's going to have to be Rowan Agarwal from spin from that far, this near end, sorry. It's Tom Bidwell coming in for his 4th over to Lionel Thompson. You'll hear the call from Lionel, probably sitting in your living room or wherever you're watching. The effects, Mike, there's never any doubt, I think, when Lionel's running, which is how it should be. Good clear calling. Sure, but not tempted. Lionel Thompson there just practicing what he would have liked to have done, which was gone for the shorter of the 2 boundaries. Didsbury cleared it a couple of times. But, only 4 boundaries in this sail inning so far, and this is the 25th over. That's quite remarkable. Oh, that's a full toss. That might be called no ball. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is no ball. So it's called no ball, fellas, so let's just get on with it. Did look a little high, and anyway it's been called, so yeah, it's fine. Put the run on the board. 43 the score now. Tom Bidwell just querying it, but get on with it, Tom. There's no point arguing about it. It's decisions given. I think he'd have been lucky to get away with that at any level. But, anyway, let's go again now, and obviously looking for that Yorker. That's the ball he's looking for. That was a beauty. That really full length. expansive drive being essayed by Lionel Thompson, but the ball whizzed past the edge of the bat. Can't have been far away from finding it. Dot balls are good balls for Didsbury now as well. Oh, and that's beautifully bowled. And Tom just needs to stay patient. I think there's probably a little bit of chat going on, but he doesn't need to get involved in that. He will only do the talking, putting it in the right areas. Batsman's not able to play it. If you keep bowling it there, you will get your rewards. A bit straighter, but it's driven up to mid-on. John Battersby behind it, the captain. Well, that's that would have been out. If it had hit the stumps, I think. Lionel Thompson was in the way of it. It's hit him on the back of on the heel. I don't know. Well, you can appeal for obstructing the field. It's very difficult to judge intent there. That Lionel Thompson was deliberately in the way of it. I think he just instinctively turned his back because he could see the throw was coming in. He got a sore heel for one thing. Just one off that over. And Tom Bidwell for very good overs. 1 for 5 for him, as we see. Didsbury's only spinner today, Rohan Agarwal, who's going to have to bowl 12 overs. He'll be open to bowl a lot less than that if he can snare some wickets. But a lot required from him. Dan Ward not available today. He played yesterday. David Bowman is injured. Broken fingers, so he'll be out for a few weeks. Various other selection juggling to be done to get the teams out this weekend. It meant the Threes just had Rohan as the sole spinner. Now he's a very good spinner, but we'll be used to bowling with a companion of sorts at the other end. Ordinarily that would have been Dan Ward, but Dan was in action for our ones yesterday in an amazing performance they put in and a fantastic win he was a big part of at Chester Boughton Hall. So Rohan Agarwal, right arm off spin, bowling to the Sale captain Ian Habishon. 12 off 32 balls now. He's hit 2 of the 4-4 Sale have managed in these 25 overs today. It's really quite something. I'll just have a look around and see what Rohan's field is. There's one of them. Captain John Battersby himself down at long on. A single there. So he's got John Battersby's coming in now from long on, but he's got Enam Hock at deep mid wicket on the boundary. He's bringing in Ben Renison, who was at deep square leg on the boundary. He's coming into square leg now. Tom Bidwell is right back on the sweep position on the cover boundary, but other than that, Slater Masher to Daniel in on the offside in the ring. Jamie Collins in at slip. As you can see, a desperate stop to get rid of the ball. So yes, there's Romani at mid wicket, Ben Renison at backward square leg, and Enam Hock patrolling the deep down at deep mid wicket. If Lionel should fancy going downtown, as I believe the parlance is. Percentage shot, but this run rate is climbing. 5.5 and over now. Sale need and a scamper a single there. Fair enough shot for one, but Sale, as I've been saying, chose to field first. They opted to chase, and it's been a particularly becalmed chase. Much given the limitations of the Didsbury attack today, just the 4 main bowlers. You can see that card there indicates the balls faced are all really wrapped up, and all the strike rate's way below even 50, apart from Jamie Coombs, who had only faced 2 balls at the start of the innings. And Didsbury have bowled well, but Sale have not rotated the strike well. They've been a little bit timid perhaps in rotating the strike. Anyway, the net result is we are where we are, and it's 45 for 4 off 26, still 111 required, 20 overs remaining now. As Tom Bidwell is in to resume battle with Lionel Thompson. He tested out in the last over, and we had the measure of in the last over, but we start again this time round. This new over. Sun's just disappeared a bit. The light's still fine, but it's not anything like as bright as it was. That may have an impact. Lionel Thompson ready in position. Now that's shorter, but he's... Oh, that's gone through Adam Slater, and that's unusual. That might go for 4, actually. Yes, it has gone for 4. Welcome. Rare boundary for Sale, and Adam Slater is still on the ground at mid-wicket, and he slaps the ground with his hand in frustration. He's fielded so well. Got 2 excellent catches, and that looked for him a routine stop, and it just somehow got underneath him and away for 4. So Lionel Thompson won't be complaining. Found the boundary. This time Adam again in action. A little bit low that as well, but Tom Bidwell's in sharply, backing up his own bowling. Thompson's gesturing something with his arms outstretched. I don't know who that was to. Slower one from Tom Bidwell, nicely disguised, and Lionel Thompson can do is sort of hack it out in the end to dribbles out into the covers. To be shouting encouragement to each other as they should. Last ball of this 27th over. Defended, and Lionel Thompson again inviting a throw, I think, from Tom Bidwell at the stumps. He did throw. Keeper grabbed it. I'm not sure that was near the helmet or not. Could have been a bit untidy, but anyway, no run is the result. The Didsbury bowlers, Tom Bidwell's figures, you can see a good spell. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9 for him. First real proper bowling anger this season for Tom, and he's started off very nicely, as has Rohan. Bowled a bit more than Tom has, but right on the mark, on the money in his first over. Let's have a look. What's the equation? 107 off the last 19. And the 2 batsmen, Sale's best bet, I think, of getting near this. Well, certainly with one of these 2 there. Both together, I think they provide a real hope for doing something about this scoring rate. And it's going to be a leg bye in the end, but that's leg bye brings the 50 up for Sale. 28th over we're in though. Didn't quite foresee it being like this, I must say, at the start of their resumption. Certainly as Jamie Coombs hit the first ball away for a nice confident 2, but then he was caught off the second, and from then it's been studious defence predominantly. Let's look at my dot tally now. What is it? 143 dots. So that's around about 23 and a bit, just over 23 overs of dots. And we've only had 27.2. 11 for 1 off the last 5 overs. Sales tally, but they've got a couple off the first 2 balls here, and hitting cleanly there in Havisham, but Straight to Mohamed Rahmani at mid-wicket. It thought for a moment there might have been a chance of a catch, but it bounced well in front of him, but well stopped by Rahmani. I think he got hold of that quite nicely in Habishon. He's down the pitch again and hitting nicely, and that's a good shot. That's wide of mid-off, 4 runs. And welcome boundary for him. That's Ian Habishon's 3rd. 6 only is what Sale have managed in this reply. But that was a very nicely played shot, nicely placed and timed, and absolutely no chance for anyone cutting that one off. It's dropped back now to long off. So there's another run there, and there's going to be possibly a couple, because Ben Rennison, who was at backward square leg, was moved right out to deep backward square leg, and the result is 2 runs. So this now with 7 runs off this over. Yes, that is the best over of the innings for Sale in terms of runs scored. Just 1 ball left in this 28th. Down the pitch again, he skewed it. Oh, the fielders can't quite get there. It was just to the right of Adam Slater at deepish backward point. Oh, that was a heart-in-mouth moment for Ian Habishon for sure. In the end, it was safe enough, but could have gone anywhere. He gets a single, 8 off the over. And that is Sale's best over of the innings so far. As I was saying, you can see from that run rate just what heavy weather they've made of this reply. Got the requirement under 100 at least, 98 now. Just 18 overs remaining. And still a run rate near 5.5. And this will be, I'm just trying to see on my sheets when... I don't think he's faced Tom Bidwell yet, Ian Habishon. So first ball for him from Tom, 6th over, and pushed away straight away for a single. Just a tap on the back for the bowler from the Sale captain, good to see. These two just starting to bit of composure. 6 overs now without a wicket, so having said that, Lionel Thompson, what were you doing there? That was a flat-footed hoik. Could have ended in disaster. Just as I was saying, that Sale have gone some 6 overs now without losing a wicket. We were saying throughout the Didsbury innings they just kept losing wickets, and Sale have followed suit and not really built any momentum up with a slow run rate as well. They'll be relying heavily on this pair to get them much closer to their requirement of 156. Appeal for LBW, but again the umpire not interested. Shaping a bit down leg side. There wasn't much interest from anyone other than the bowler in truth. But as I'm saying, these dot balls are all counting in Didsbury's favour. They've done extremely well to keep Sale so subdued in their scoring. And Thompson clumps that one while wide. It's a single. Well stopped though by captain John Battersby, scrambling around at wide mid-on. You might just see him coming back into your picture. Couldn't stop a single, but certainly made sure there was no more than that. He's very deep. You can see there at mid-on. An easy run there, just pushing it down to him. Slower ball again. Tom does have that nicely disguised slower ball. It's again effective as it was in the last over, the dot ball. Thompson, but was any question of a run there. It was a dot, another dot, and another good over from Tom Bidwell. Spun very nicely indeed. 6 overs, 1 for 11. So 96 still the requirement. 17 overs now remaining. So what's that? 102 deliveries remaining. So not too far off a run of ball that Sale need. But they'll have another 10 overs of spin from this end, so in theory some with the pace off the ball. I think both batsmen are quite confident doing that. It's just if Rohan contempt and indiscretion, find something in the pitch or in the flight to force an error. We've got just looking 5 on this leg side. Short fine leg backward, square leg mid wicket, deep mid wicket and mid on. And Lionel Thompson has gone straight in the air and John Battersby underneath it and caught it. I think they've crossed the batsman. And just as we were saying, Rohan Agarwal does indeed coax an indiscretion from the batsman, full toss, but he did not get hold of it at all. Straight up in the air, and Lionel Thompson perishes. He's out for 7. Had a 4 in that. So we've only had 6 boundaries in this Sale innings. He hit one of them, but he goes 7 off 24 balls, and that's the 5th Sale wicket now. 60 for 5. Ian Havisham just about scrambled through to get on strike, as Paul Cusick comes out to join him. And that is a real fillip for Didsbury. A bit of a nothing shot from Lionel Thompson. He was going to try and whack it, I think, and then just tried to place it. It looped up in the air, and John Battersby coming in smartly was not going to pass that opportunity up. He'll feel better about the game, I think, now. He was a bit low at the tea interval after his out of Adam Slater and his batting. But, he's doing a good job in the field, and that's an important catch. Looked simple, but I've seen plenty of simple ones dropped in my time of watching third 11 cricket. But that one crucial, and it saw the end of the dangerous Lionel Thompson. And now Ian Havisham, the captain, who's on strike, 21 not out. Facing Rohan Agarwal. That a lot rests on his shoulders. He's had a life when he was 10. But, he chose to field first, and he will feel the responsibility of trying to get Sale over the line. Well capable of doing that from here. Last year's game between these two, first game of the season, as I was saying, was a real arm wrestle, a low scoring match that Sale held their nerve and got home by 1 wicket. And he's down the pitch, but that's all along the ground. I've gone aerial for a moment, but anyway, it's 1 run. 61 for 5. So Paul Cusick now on strike. Didn't see so much of him in the field. He was in the slips and that kind of area, but Rohan Agarwal's into him. First ball, and and he's almost caught at cover. Short cover just in front of Andrew Masheter. Oh my goodness. That would have been a heart-in-mouth moment. Andrew Masheter, you can't see him, but he's got his hands on his head, he's on his haunches. Oh, ever so close to 2 wickets in an over for young Rohan. But we'll take the 1. And he'll have another go shortly after. Now we're going to see Richard Daniel. I think we've certainly seen a change of bowler, because Tom Bidwell, who's bowled pretty well, is still way down on the boundary. So it's not going to be him. It's going to be Enam Hopner. I thought Richard was trudging over towards that position, but with John Battersby has decided to go for broke, bring one of his key bowlers back. switching it around. Tom was bowling very well in a good rhythm. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. He'll have to come back and bowl more. But Enam Hock, 9 excellent overs at the start, 2 for 18. He's got 3 overs left. He's got a long off and a long on and a deep backward square leg, a deep cover as he bowls to the Sale captain, who will just take the single on offer. As Paul Cusick comes down to face Enam Hock. Just looking at me. Just trying to see where Rowan's gone. He must be down at fine leg out of my view. Fields all come in. Paul Cusick firmly behind that. So he is down at fine legs. We've got fine leg and third man. Only boundary fielders just now. Everybody else in saving one, and quite rightly so. Just make the batsman play a more forcing shot to try and get a run. Right, climbs over 6 and over a run a ball. Considering, as I say, we started at the requirement being 3.39, so you can see just how well Didsbury have fought in the field. With a limited bowling attack, just 4 main bowlers today. And one of them, Enam Hock, will probably bowl his 3 remaining overs in this spell. Not easy coming back and getting into the groove straight away. But, that's what he's doing now for the team. Oh, he's played on. He's played on. And that's exactly what Didsbury wanted. Wonderful. Brilliant stuff from them. And from Enam Hock. On the mark. And Paul Cusick is bowled. Fortunately for him, a duck. 5 balls and a 6th Sale wicket. Paul Cusick trudges off disconsolate. He's not the first to be dismissed. By Enam Hock in that manner. He won't be the last, as I think this is Sam Baker coming out. I'll just double check, just one moment. Yes, it is Sam Baker who's coming out to bat at number 8 for Sale. And they are in a real hole now. What a brilliant effort from Didsbury. Just 155 to defend, 46 overs as well, and just 4 main bowlers. And they've reduced a good batting side to 62 for 6 and just 1 ball left, and it'll be 31 overs bowled. And the confident shout, and he's given him out, LBW, the umpire. A 2 in 2 for Enam Hock, and what a piece of captaincy by John Battersby, bringing his one of his main bowlers back, his opening bowler back, and he strikes not once but twice. As you can see there, Sale innings really in tatters now. Sam Baker out, first ball. Enam Hock will be on a hat-trick next over, and then Sale 62 for 7 off 31 overs. As Callum Ross comes out to bat. Well, that's an amazing effort from Didsbury. Enam Hock 4 for 19, his figures from 10 overs. Ian Habersham took a single off the first ball of that over, and will be regretting doing that. 2 wickets for Enam Hock, that's absolutely priceless, and Didsbury in a fantastic position now. 62 for 7, 31 overs have been bowled. We've had the equivalent of 26 overs of dots, 26 overs and 2 balls actually of dots. Just 6 boundaries in those 31 overs, and what a start this will be for them if they can take this all the way home for a victory. Captain Ian Amersham standing in the way of that. 23 not out. And well capable of a few decisive blows of his own, which in a low scoring match can make a lot of difference. He's down the pitch. Oh, I thought he'd missed that for 1 minute. Getting a bit excited here. Got it right at the middle of the bat. Away for a single. Takes the single and brings young Callum Ross onto strike. His first ball, he's got a man in. Tom Bidwell's in very close there at silly mid-off effectively. Ooh, big ambitious start first ball from young Callum. Ball very well earlier. Just checking 6 overs he bowled and quite nicely controlled. He's gone for, well, he's going to play one way by the looks of it. Finds mid off there, no run. Field is closing in. Oh. Sensing what would be a terrific victory for them. They have not batted well, certainly not by their standards. Came over to the opposition, only scrambled 155 together. Some careless dismissals. Take a run there, 200 matches, one off that over. 32 gone, 93 still a requirement. See there on your screen. And just the 14 overs remaining, so the rate has absolutely soared. It's doubled in this 32 overs, which is quite some doing. You can see the Sale card there. A tale of woe for them. Ian Amersham into the 20s. That's taken him 48 balls. Apart from Jonathan Davison's 12, everybody else in single figures. And this man about to bowl, a big reason for that. Enam Hock is on a hat-trick. And he's going to be bowling to the Sale captain. But, no chance of that, as that's safely defended. And I will be interested to see what tactics he adopts now. Ian Amersham is he's going to trust his young batting partner to face Enam, or whether he's going to take the over himself. Oh, well, we're looking for 2 there if they can. 1-2, that's in the fielder's hands. It's going to be a save. 2 in the end. Oh, it's a bit of a wild throw. It's right on the middle of the pitch. In the end, a nice, nicely judged 2 for the Sale captain. 65 for 7, the score. That's another immaculate delivery. Full length. All batsman can do is defend it out. So yes, I think he's learned from his experience of the previous over in Amersham. He's just going to take this bowling himself. Obviously we'd be looking for 1 off the last ball. Let's see if John Battersby, the captain, is alert to that. Well, at the moment everyone's still back. I don't think he is. So not too troubled about Ian Amersham pinching the strike. That's I'm surprised about that, John. Wouldn't be checking. Bring the field up. So plenty of ones. Oh, he's tried to get it, but really well bowled, Enam Hock. There's opportunities for singles there. I think John Battersby not quite alert to that and got away with that somewhat. Such as excellent delivery, and all that Sale captain can do would dig it out. You can see there Enam Hock 4 for 21 off 11 overs. That's immaculate. Mohamed Rahmani we've already commented on. 12 overs, just 15 runs off him, and the two bowlers have been equally effective. Tom Bidwell just 11 off his 6 with a wicket. Rohan Agarwal, a slower bowler, is going to be targeted obviously, but still 1 for 12 off 4 is highly creditable. He's going to have Callum Ross to bowl too. Looked to be playing a few shots. He faced him in the previous over, so let's see what he does this time round. Rohan in. Oh gosh, and he's got some, I think that might be buys there. 1, 2 something. What are we going to get a signal, or is that going to be 2 runs? 2 runs is the verdict, right. Let's see that from where I was. Relatedly, I've got a buy signal. I don't know if there was anything on that, so sorry, Callum. I'll have to deprive you of those runs. Look on your team total though. Take it up to 67, but you've still got yet to get off the mark. You've got off the mark now though with a lovely shot. That's 4. And he's waited for that, timed it very nicely indeed, and 4 runs for Callum Ross. Nice way to get off the mark, and he played that nicely through the gap. He's forced to change in the field, and Andrew Mashita going right back onto the extra cover boundary now. We're still keeping our weather eye on this. Oh, looked like it poked straight back to the bowler. The fielder's in close on both sides of the wicket. Oh, that one straight through him. It's a full toss and bit of a hit me ball. It's only going to be 1 run out to Enam Hawk down at deep mid wicket. So Callum Ross has pinched the bowling. There's only 1 ball left in this over. Let's see what Ian Habishan does if he's going to. Well, the field's retreating. Not quite sure why. Surely you want him to try and hit and come down the pitch, but he's got a 1 just about anywhere he wants if he can get some bat on it. Ian Habishan. And he's come down the pitch. John Battersby's watched it just about, but that is the single that Ian Habishan will have wanted to get back on strike. 6 off that over. Not had many high scoring overs. The best was 8, and they've had 2 6s now, which gives you an idea of the paucity of their run scoring effort. Didsbury. Just checking that this is indeed Enam Hawk's last over. Let's have a look at the over right here. Didsbury have done very well. 34 overs in just under 4 minutes away from 2 hours, so they're going to be these quicker bowlers and longer run-ups and field changes. Kept a good over 8 up. Sale did likewise. Slowed a little bit as the innings went on, but generally a good over 8 from them as well, so that's always a good start. On Sunday cricket. Habishan forward, defending. Nice shot, there's a gap there. Might even be 4. No, it's going to be Richard Daniel running around from long off. 2 runs. It's a nice drive from Ian Habishan. Some distance, the top scorer is only one of 2 in double figures for Sale. 29 not out. Bruno in the background there, single for Ian Havisham. So there's one ball left in this over. And in Ian Hock's spell. We will see. Well, he can do so. One ball for Callum Ross to survive. Oh, no, he just does. Goodness. That would have been a great finish for Ian Amhock, but as it is, a fantastic spell from him. 4 for 24 from his 12 overs, and that gets a good round of applause from the decent little knot of spectators we've got, enjoying a pleasant early evening. Selling a few bits out here in the box. 76 for 7, 35 overs, 11 remaining, 80 wanted. 7 and over now. And Rowan Agarwal will start his 6th. As he's hit that well, Ben Renison though is coming round at deep square leg. It's not a chance of a catch. Oh, he's hit the bats. I think that's that ball. He's collapsed. Collapsed in a heap. Yeah, and I think that throw as it came back in bounced up and you can see he's in a bit of discomfort actually, Ian Havisham. We're just going to have a pause here because he's clearly been struck quite hard by that, and that's really hurt him. Completely accidental, of course, an easy single. But he is clearly in some discomfort. Just wait and see how this pans out in a moment. Been gathering some information. We look at the sale card there, and this injury to Captain Ian Havisham, and checking the replay as well, and it wasn't the ball hitting him at all. He just turned for a potential second and then went over as if there was a sniper in the crowd, and it turns out I've been told he has a sore knee anyway, and I think he's twisted it somehow. You can see he's looking rather ginger there at the non-striker's end. I was wondering if we might need a runner or not. Yeah, we'll see how inconvenienced he is. You can see him stretching himself out there, but it would clearly caused him an awful lot of pain. I suppose these innocuous looking things can often be like that. Anyway, he's fit to continue, and we're going to resume. We've just had one ball of that 36th over, 77-47. And young Callum Ross, who hit a nice 4 off Ronaldo on the previous over, is on strike. See if that break in play has affected his concentration or not. He's clubbed that. I lost sight of that for a moment. A bit of clumsy football. Ian Havisham, I was just watching him more than the ball, to be honest, and hobbled down to the striker's end. So Sale, for what it's worth, are exactly halfway. 78 more needed. But, just 10.5 overs left, and an injured batsman. A soldier on, so let's see how he plays. See him flexing that knee. Ian Havisham. He's down the pitch. He's hit that nicely into the gap, though. It's only going to be one, not to deep mid wicket. Calculated shot that. So Ian Havisham is now the highest score in the game, individual score in the game with 32. It's taken him 63 balls to get there. As that dot concludes the 36th over. So it'll be Tom Bidwell, have to be Tom Bidwell, and you can see just how effective that Didsbury bowling has been. That blue line of Sales way under. The run rate has just climbed above 2 for the first time, I think, since the first over. I was saying a little earlier on commentary, they've best over of the innings they got 8 runs from for Sale. They've had 2 lots of 6. So the last 3 overs have accrued 12 runs. So that's something. As Tom Bidwell is back into the attack, and Ian Havisham. To defend, still doing that near the flex as he can. That's a nice shot. That's over Inam Hock at extra cover. Rowan Agarwal, it is actually the bowler from this end, is right down at long off. On the ground for him to cover there. 2 runs the result. Same into the 80s, 81-47. And just a very gentle run, that will be. That's Callum Ross. That's his first look at Tom Bidwell. Nicely so far, he's still added 20. Well, that's off the edge, but all the way along the ground. Just a single to the over. So the feedback, you can see the Sale partnerships. It's coming up on the screen again. This one 21. So it's the third one into the 20s they've had. Well, that's cloth then. It should be caught, but Richard Daniel lost it in the sun. That looked very catchable, but he didn't. Callum Wilson did not get hold of that. It looked like it was going to be a fairly comfortable catch. Just bottom of the bat on a full toss, but Richard Daniel unsighted. The sun's getting quite low there, and as you can see coming down the pitch, it's in the eyes of the fielders. I think he just lost that momentarily. And that's driven up down the pitch by Ian Havisham. Looks like he's running okay now. Oh, certainly with more ease than earlier. Shot for another single. One only in Sale. It's difficult to either give it up all hope of trying to force the win when at the rate required now at 8.5. It's a dramatic climb from the start. We required 3.39. Last ball of the 38th over. Oh. Quicker ball from Rowan Agarwal, too good for Ian Havisham, so it's a dot, and you can see that rather undistinguished batting card for Sale. If made it real heavy weather of this. And, having decided to bowl first, they've been going for the chase for the runs. 155, a pretty modest target. An extra over as well they had. Bowled Didsbury out within 44 overs, but they have never got going. Didsbury have been excellent. Sale have lacked a little bit of ambition perhaps in rotating the strike. That should be out. Oh, it's just over the head of the cover. He's got a hand to it, Ben Rennes, actually. It was right over his head. Callum Ross survives. It was a high chance. Ben Renison leapt up in the air, put a hand up, hit his hand, but dropped to the ground. Chance there goes Becking. Ben Renison retreats to the cover boundary as Ian Havisham is back on strike. Takes one down the ground. He's nicked it. Oh, and that's just wide of the keeper, and I think that's probably gone for 4, as I can't see, but yes, it was a very fast edge. Diving attempt by Finlow, good effort off the edge, fast edge. Callum Ross gets 4. Charmed Blythe over that chance off the first ball, a difficult chance off the first ball, and another difficult one there. He's in a double figure, and well into double figures now. 14, just the third Sale batsman to get there. Encouragement for Tom Bidwell. Finlow unable to stop that time. It was kept low. That should be. I should get a bye signal. I haven't. Oh well, Finn won't be too fussed. He's got a. That's that one to go against him, but it will be a run. So I have to put that down as 1 for Callum Ross. I don't think he hit it, but nonetheless, a run on the total is the important thing. It's 4 bowlers for Didsbury, as we've been saying. They were short on bowling today, so the 4 bowlers are going to have to all pretty much bowl in allocation. And they've all done a terrific job in pegging Sale back. 39 overs bowled and 93 for 7 as, what's happening now? We're going to have a runner. Ian Havisham feeling unable to run. Now, he's been allowed a runner, but actually he's not allowed one under the code of the game because it's only for an external injury that he's allowed a runner. So, as that's a knee injury, it's not an external injury. As things stand, he should not be allowed a runner. That's Jamie Coombs has come out to run for him, and clearly Didsbury, I presume Didsbury have agreed to the request. So, I mean, it's fair enough if that's what the sides have agreed. That's how they want to do it, but actually he is not allowed a runner under those circumstances. So interesting one. Anyway, we'll see what effect it has on the remaining in 7 overs. So correction, yeah, 7 overs it is, isn't it? 39. They're going to get a one off the first. Anyway, for Callum Ross. This partnership's now into the 30s. The best partnership of the innings for Sale. They're calling now, and it's always going to be a bit chaotic at any level of cricket with a runner, but that's a single for Ian Habershon, even though you saw him standing still. Non-striker who's out at square leg has to do the running. Should be right back at square leg Ian there. He shouldn't be standing there. He's not near enough back. Rohan feels very well off his own bowling. Yes, the injured batsman should be right back with the umpire. So much impropriety here at Didsbury, but yeah, that's the nature of these things. That's a single for Callum Ross. It's batted quite nicely, steadily. 17 off 27, a couple of fours. He's hit. He's a little bit of a charmed life, but lower order batsman. He's going to be. It's going to happen.
Very good, very good.
So last ball of the 40th over. And there's call of 1. So runner has to scoot away. Single it is. 4 off the over. 40 overs bowled, and that's been a magnificent effort by Didsbury to keep it as packed back as it can. You can see, as we see again, that run rate. And the circles representing the wickets on the Sale graph as well as the Didsbury graph. Not a day for batsmen. 97 for 7. 6 overs remaining, 59 required. Nearly 10 and over. Looking especially likely it's for Sale, but that's gone straight up in the air now. Can somebody get near that? Oh, they can't. It's just dropped straight in front of me. I thought that was going to go to hand, but no, it actually skewed up in the air. The 2 fielders in front of me shaking their heads. Good morning there. Look, it just dropped into a gap. And Ian Habershon, he needs to be a long way. He needs to be back by the umpire. He's in far too close there. He needs to be completely out of the game as an injured batsman. And he's not there by any stretch of the imagination. Where he's standing, that's off the edge from Callum Wilson. Habershon on to 40 with that single. That fortuitous one. I'm not sure he had pretty certainly didn't have an idea where it had gone. Looped up in the air, but safe for him. There's an easy run out there on the offside, which they're going to take. So a single for him. 100 up for Sale, 100 for 7, and gosh, they've made hard work of that. 41st over, nothing wrong with the pitch. They're fast outfield. They've just been dominated by the Didsbury attack. Oh, it's a full toss off the edge. Not a no ball this time. It was no ball for one earlier, Tom. That's just down to third man. Another single for Callum Ross. So 4 runs off 4 balls in this over. Rates now well above 10. So the score ticks over to 101. That's a strange shot from Callum Wilson. He's been playing pretty well, actually, just knocking the ones away. And even for a number 9, we can't expect too much of the lower order, but that was the amount of time he's been in now. He's faced 29 balls and he's been batting 36 minutes now, so he's definitely in, and that was just a bit of a flat-footed swoosh. I didn't get a signal. I can't see it. Hang on. A single off that one, so I'm just going to go and check something. Just so I think the umpire's coming over. Just 1 minute. I just had a bit of confusion there. Trying to think which ball that was. I'm told there was a 4 in the previous over. I'm just going to try and correct this properly. We'll put it on the run tally just for a moment. So Rohan Agarwal is in. Dot ball. Oh, that's runs. Okay, buys are signalled and 4 buys. Is it 4 buys? Thank you. Right, so that is 4 buys. I just need to... I'm told there was a 4. The ball went for 4 in the previous over. The umpire did signal, apparently, but I didn't see it, and certainly he didn't wait for the acknowledgement as he's apologised to me. I'm just trying to work out how best to put that on. The only way I can do it is to edit it this way and make that a 4. So that's what it will have to be there. That makes it right. There's another one down the leg side. Is 2. And I think that's going to be 2 leg buys this time. Okay. So we're keeping up with it now. Okay. These things happen in 11 cricket players umpiring. The law is very clear that the umpire needs to wait until he's had an acknowledgement from the scorer of his signal before allowing the game to proceed. That didn't happen, so that 4 in the previous over was missed, but I've managed to put it on now. Well, the only way I can put it on Ian Havisham's total, so he's up to 46. Oh, and that's straight through everything there, and another run. And suddenly, from seeming not interested in this, I'll take 7 off this over. It's down under 10, 43 required, 4.2 overs, 2 balls left. Yeah, that's correct. And he's called. Oh, and there will be some confusion here because that's another leg buy. Yep. So buys and leg buys in this over. So it's technically still a maiden, Rohan, even though 8 runs have come from it. Last ball of the 42nd coming up. That's a full toss and it's hit into a gap net. Well, I think he's going to get 4 for this. He is going to get 4 for it, and well hit by Callum Ross. That is 4, I can see that. That's signalled nice and clearly. And the best over of the innings for Sale so far, 12 off it. Takes them up to 118 for 7. So 4 overs left. 38 the requirement. So just been outside briefly, just sorting a couple of things out. Yeah, and that's out. Yes, he's edged. Oh gosh. Just as I was outside, the atmosphere is getting rather tense. But just trying to let's just see what's happening. That's Callum Ross who is out.
Come on here, lads! Come on, Billy.
So sorry about some confusion here with the scoring. I've been trying to correct it since that 4 went through, but anyway, we've got the right score, 119 for 8, and we've got Stephen Mycock on strike now to Tom Bidwell, who's just taken a crucial wicket for Didsbury. Callum Ross out for 19. I'll need to check that back, but I think with the 3 batsmen, I'm not sure that they went to the right end, but anyway. We've got what we've got, and got the score right. And 8 wickets down. Didsbury closing in as the best they can. As I said, I went outside. I was just chatting with the Sale team. They were clarifying the 4 had gone on. A bit of a messy, a bit of patch of play, to be honest, all round. And Vishen took a single. He went to 50. 51 now he is. Callum Ross got out. Oh, that's another full toss. Is that? He's got away with that one. There's no signal from the umpire. I thought it looked a little bit. I must have died in terms of height, so that's okay. But yes, as I went out, there was a definite sense of tension in the air. So we've got 1 ball left of this 43rd over. It's 119 for 8. And Tom Bidwell is in bowling. Stephen Mycock is down. They're going to get 1 run. And that is that. So another good over from Tom Bidwell. 2 for 33 from him. He's got 2 overs remaining. You'll see that was a very useful partnership for that 8th wicket. 57 in total. That even passed me by as we were sorting these runs out, and the mistake there with the 4 not being correctly signalled, but we've got there in the end. There may be a run out on the score, but I don't think there is, and I'm happy enough with 120 at the moment anyway. We've got 3 overs left. Sale need 36. Didsbury need 2 wickets. And Stephen Mycock, the wicket keeper, is on strike. And he's facing the spinner Rohan Agarwal. We've got 2 men out in the deep on the leg side. We've got a man back on the cover boundary. And it will be fascinating to see how he decides to play this. Oh, there's a single. Good alert running from the non-striker Jamie Coombs, the runner, rather. He swaps places with Ian Havisham. So captain, 51 not out. Right, the most of that life dropped when he was 10, and he's batted really well for his side, done a great job. Looks like he's intent on taking them to safety rather than anything more ambitious. men back on the leg side, but on the deep leg side, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. And the single there just glided down to third man. And 22 for 8. Oh, I would have got the edge. Seemed to flick something, but all there was a gasp from the fielding side. Stephen Mycott survives. And it looks as though survival is the order of the day. Oh, goodness me, that one again. Groping forward, missing it. So 2 overs left, and there the Sale card. Certainly not what they will have been looking for when they did such a good job with the field. It's been an effort held together by the captain, some useful support from Callum Ross, but nothing of any substance at all other than that. So we've got 2 overs left, 34 required, so I think we can safely assume that Sale have given up on that. In which case, the batting points, bowling points will come into play. Didsbury 1 more wicket will get them another bowling point. Let's see what they can do anyway so far. Ian looks now, yes, I'm going to just play this out. And as I was saying, he was dropped when he was 10. Back in the 20th over, he's been batting a long time. It's just shy of 2 hours. He had that nasty injury he suffered, and has been permitted a runner, even though strictly under the laws of the game he should not be allowed one. But that's all fine if the captains agree it. I don't have a problem with that. Very well, Tom Bidwell. Impressive spell to 2 spells really, combining to 2 for 33 off 10.5, having hardly bowled this season. And certainly bowling under pressure here. Didsbury can at least be encouraged with the amount of pressure they've brought to bear on a good Sale batting lineup. That's off the edge. 4 runs has gone for. There we are. Yep, thank you. Got that signal. That's fine. So there we go. 4 more for Ian Havishon. It's pretty much academic now, I think, though. Remaining. And out. He's caught. Oh goodness, what's he done there? He's hit it straight to Ian Hock at cover, and you can see Ian Havishon cannot believe what he has done. He was in no trouble at all, and he's just clumped that straight to cover. Oh, what a surprise that was. He's coming off the field here. He'll be distraught with that, but what a gift for Didsbury, and Enam hopped straight to him, he didn't have to move. Oh. Well, we were talking about another wicket, so that's another point for Didsbury, but they'll be wanting 25 now, and they've got 7 balls to secure them in. Big hand for Ian Havishon, has played really, really well. 56 off 90 balls, almost 2 hours batting. But, gosh, what a breakthrough for Didsbury. As Tom Riley, who bowled terrifically well earlier, comes out to bat, and he and his partner Stephen Mycock are going to have to negotiate these last 7 deliveries. And Didsbury, who have worked so hard to defend this low total, now in with a tremendous chance of snatching a dramatic win. Everyone round the bat, you can see a lot of fielders in shot. Well, there's more than that close in, I can tell you. That's Tom Riley, last man for said. He's got 1 ball to survive from Tom Bidwell. Everyone round the bat. Bidwell in. Oh, and he's nicely forward. And big cheers from his teammates as he keeps that out. So we've 1 over left. Rohan Agarwal will bowl it. Tom Bidwell is finished for the day. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 37, and what a great spell that's been from him. You can see all of that on your screen. All the Didsbury bowlers have been terrific. So we've got 1 over left. In a low scoring but very watchable game. I thought Sale would be a little more ambitious. I said quite confidently at the start of the game it wouldn't be a draw. That shows where I'm in the scorebox and not out on the field, I think. What I know about cricket. But it's Didsbury in with the chance of winning. Sale 126 for now. I don't think they're going to go for 30 off the last over somehow. Entertaining if they did, but I think that's unlikely. You can see John Battersby just trying to organise his men around about. Tom Bidwell's bringing, well, he's got 1 helmet on his head and he's bringing 2 helmets out this last over. And some laughter there, suggesting the players don't need them. Battersby himself, the captain's going to have 1 of the helmets. And Richard Daniel, the other, so I presume they're going to be close in. Stephen Mycock, the wicket-keeper, is the man with the task of keeping his wicket intact. There's plenty of gaps, of course, in the outfield. You can see most of the fielders now in shot. But I've got some last over drama for you here at Didsbury. And Rohan Agarwal with slips, gullies, close-in catches everywhere around the bat. And a big ooh off the first ball, as you might expect. There is to talk about. I think they want Enam to come in a little bit. He's sort of a gully there, but he's coming into short gully now, and Renison coming across in your picture. Not the opposition for him, but short forward point. Another round of oohs and ahs, but that looked to be reasonably well defended. Again, excitement around the bat. Looked like the inside half of the bat, but defended nonetheless. Jack. Four balls gone, just 2 remaining. Just taking their time with the field. Round the wicket, Rohan Agarwal. Oh, that's skidded off the edge. And we have one ball remaining. And the umpire just checking. His teammates know just one ball. That's gone in the air, but there's nobody there. He's going to run one and one only. There's nobody back there, so there's never a chance, and that's the end of the game. The match is drawn. Sale finishing 127 for 9 after 46 overs. And a creditable effort there in the end from the Sale last pair, but it's been Didsbury who've surprisingly dominated this second part of the innings, having only 155 to defend. Sale, who put them into bat, got themselves into a real hole early on, didn't really get into a position to chase, which they'll be disappointed with, having decided to field first. Modest target, 3.5, under 3.5 and over required to start with, but Didsbury pegged them back with some excellent bowling, and in the end Sale are delighted just to survive. They'll take 7 points from that draw. Didsbury will take 13, I think that is, but I'll just work that out. Yeah, I think that is, but the match is drawn, so a very entertaining and another very match and a very entertaining, very close, tightly fought game against two sides will be in contention at the top of the league, I'm sure, as the season goes on. So I hope you've enjoyed our coverage from Didsbury this afternoon. Match is drawn, dramatic circumstances, and it's 13 points for Didsbury and 7 7 for Sale, that will be. So I will put that in onto my computer. Thank you for watching. This is James Emerson, the Didsbury scorer, and we'll see you again next time here at Didsbury on our YouTube stream for more live cricket.